this at all.
Like many Brits, my first taste of America was being taken to Disney World as a kid. 20 years on, I want to get a real taste of a country that's fascinated me ever since.
Don't laugh at me, Faye.
And the only way I know how is by cooking.
Look at that.
Tasting.
What's it like, Viagra?
And getting stuck into everything stateside.
It's a bit more exciting than the Norfolk Broads.
Raw and uncut, and without a guidebook.
Oh, wow. This is like a trophy cabinet of all your dinners.
Well, this too, but...
I'll be on a one-man food quest. To be reborn in the US of A.
This ain't the America I've ever seen.
My first stop, New York, and I'm heading for uncharted territory.
I'm going to an illegal restaurant today. Yeah, it kind of feels like 007. Don't film the location.
In search of the hottest tastes in town. From the freshest immigrants. For better.
35 double D. She's definitely coming. We want some cake, brother.
And for worse.
So you work in the day, and then at night time you feed how many people that are homeless?
78.
What a man. There's not many of him around.
New York's food culture is built on wave after wave of immigration. You can literally get the world on your plate.
The first time I came to New York, I was about 22 years old. So that was 11 years ago. It's one of the most iconic cities in the world. And there is such an incredible ethnic mix of different people from different places, different religions.
It's a gateway to a wonderland of different flavours, dishes and techniques. But it's really easy to play it safe.
I've never really eaten outside of Manhattan, and I've always stayed in a hotel. And it does basically turn you into a tourist, whether you like it or not.
I want to experience the immigrant food that this city is founded on, so I'm avoiding all the fancy hotels, cocktail bars, and I'm getting my own apartment.
Hi, darling.
I'm heading to the neighbourhood restaurants and into people's homes, where for a change, I can be just another face in the crowd.
I'd never be out doing anything naughty, would I?
Half an hour on the subway, and I'm in one of New York's immigrant hotspots, Astoria. And it's not just the weather that's changed. I've arranged to meet a bloke who pioneered home-cooked food from his country of origin. This area, once home to New York's German settlers, is now a Middle Eastern enclave.
This geezer is supposed to be the Mac Daddy. He's like Yoda of Egyptian cooking. Ali.
Hey, Jimmy, how are you?
Such a pleasure to meet you.
Thank you for coming over.
You have a reputation of being an incredible cook.
Yeah, we're trying to do our best.
Thank you.
Yes, yes.
Back in Egypt, Ali Al-Sayed studied chemistry. But as a new immigrant in the Big Apple, it was cooking, not chemicals, that gave him the ticket to survival.
How long have you been in New York?
We've been in New York for about 34 years.
Oh, right, so a long time now.
Yeah.
Enough to get the New Jersey accent down?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I lived in New Jersey for a while.
Yeah, I can tell.
I lived in Jersey for a while. I lived here for almost 10 years.
Can you do that? You talking to me?
Oh, yeah, you can. You're talking to me. That's Brooklyn accent.
Wow.
Check that.
Look at that.
Well, really, it's an appetizer is what we come from, which is hawashi, and we use it...
Hawashi.
Hawashi, how is she doing?
Egyptian cooking is pretty new to me, but Ali's flatbread is absolutely fantastic, stuffed with delicious melt-in-your-mouth duck, onions, pepper, garlic, and it smells out of this world. And the real alchemy of this simple dish is its blend of spices.
This is za'atar. Za'atar is desert thyme.
Za'atar, which one's
Yeah,
that?
the za'atar
Can I
is,
taste this?
Yeah, please. Za'atar is desert thyme mixed with sesame, some cumin, and sea salt.
What is it?
Desert thyme,
Desert thyme, salt,
sesame, salt, and
just ground up.
cumin.
cumin.
And cumin.
That's
And,
amazing. Oh my God.
New York, especially, considered the capital of food in the world. Not France, not Italy. What you feel like having in an area like Astoria, with 265 different backgrounds. Most of them, they hate each other where they come from, and they come here, they marry, they are in business, they are together, they loving each other.
So what you're saying is the heart of America is obviously around a group of different people from different nationalities that possibly may have been fighting each other, killing each other, hating
Look
each
at
other.
India, Pakistan,
Turkey and Greece.
Turkey and Greece.
Yeah.
Look, Egyptian, Israeli.
Irish and English.
You know, Irish and English. Egyptian and Israeli. You know what I'm talking about? And you know what gets them together, Jamie? You wouldn't believe it. Table. Food. Let me give you some tea with this.
Give
me
me
some
anything,
hibiscus tea, please. Hibiscus tea is from the pharaonic time.
Smells. Oh my. Ah.
Right? Anyway.
Just a minute. When I was 4 years old, someone gave me that when I was on the Norfolk Broads on a boat, and I've been searching for that flavour ever since, and I couldn't find it.
Try that.
That is a great soup.
Okay, look at the colors.
It's got an element of minestrone about it, hasn't it?
I love how Europeans manipulate things and say, like, Italian. What is Italian cuisine? Because it was a civilization when the Roman had no underwear.
See, look. Who said he was competitive, eh?
When you compare Egyptian with the French and the Italian, I think it's degrading when you call us.
No,
I'm just joking, Jamie. Don't take it serious. Don't be English stuck up. Joke. We don't give a shit about it.
You really did come through Brooklyn, didn't you? You talking to me?
When in New York, do as the New Yorkers do. I'm going to have a go at my very own version of an Egyptian dish. First stop, Ali's local butcher.
Here's
wow.
the rabbit.
It's all alive.
Of course, so.
I never expected to see. I never expected to see this
Now we're
in the
talking
middle of
about-
Astoria in Queens.
We're talking about fresh meat. Here you have
There's 81 live slaughterhouses in New York City, and I can't believe that this one is only 4 miles from the Empire State Building.
I would have never imagined to have seen this like a mile away from the hotels I've been staying in for 10, 15 years. This is proper old school.
You want a cut or you want a whole?
Whole, please.
Limpio limpio e entero, okay?
Wow, this is my first time in a halal slaughterhouse, but the locals really do get their meat here.
This is a goat.
A goat.
Large goat.
So one the lamb.
Goat and lamb. That's the stomach and the intestines in there. And then got the feet and the head there. And then a couple of stray turkeys. I think I think this would appear quite crude because people never see where their meat comes from in a lot of culture. So
Look at this, almost done.
now it looks like meat all of a sudden. Thank you.
Let's go.
Now it's time for my first go at Egyptian cooking, New York styling. On all my previous trips to New York, I've never eaten or cooked outside the high-end restaurants. But all over the city, different immigrant communities have made New York their home.
Freddie, you got a little spoon? Yeah. Actually.
I'm about to try my first stab at Egyptian cooking with the help of Ali's kitchen hand, Freddie.
Now, basically, look, this is an opportunity for me to use some of this inspiration in a constructive way. I've got a 1.5 kilo duck, but I'm going to flavour it with Egyptian spices. So I've got the za'atar, nice big pinch of that sumac, then I've got the cumin, and then the chilli, and then a good pinch of salt.
Rub it all over, getting into all the nooks and crannies, and then slow roast that baby.
Freddie, will you whack that in the oven, brother? Now, in here, I've just cooked for about 20 minutes,
about 4 plums. I've put some of that hibiscus that I tasted this morning, put that in there as well, and then I just put like a big handful of sugar in there. Then grab some fresh coriander and whiz it up. More lime, brother. For a tasty garnish, finely slice some onion and some radish and give it a hit of salt and a good squeeze of lime. And the thing about acid and salt is it starts to cook things, OK? So that really harsh, oniony that onion breath thing goes. Freddie, can you get my duck out for me, brother? So have a look at this. This is what happens after about 2.5 hours. You'll want the skin nice and crispy to chop up, and then the leg meat should slide away from the bone, ready to be shredded. I can feel this. This is what I'm like at home. This is what my wife's got to put up with. At this moment, she's talking to me, going, oh, the kids tomorrow, you've got to pick them up from Stagecoach and take them to ballet. And I'm going, oh, it's got to be a bit crispier. And I don't hear a word she's saying. Can you listen to me? Oh, OK. Now, I never use iceberg for nothing, but it's actually quite good as a receptacle to eat from. It's quite crunchy. Smear the leaf with a dollop of that sweet plum sauce. Crispy. Add the shredded meat and a bit of that crispy skin. Then add the onion and radish mix. And then sex it up with a little bit of pomegranates, some mint, coriander, squeeze of lime. Delicious. The whole point of it is you pick it up, you get it, and then you roll it up like this. And then you eat it. Delicious. Really good, really lively, very fresh. I hope Ali likes it.
Right. Yeah, I'm hungry.
Yeah, come on! I've named the dish Ida Manana, which means a handful of Ali. Does that sound rude? Ali must have liked it, because he's asked me to share a hookah with him.
Exactly. So
and do you inhale it, or...?
You do it like a cigar.
Right.
You smoke like a cigar. Start from the beginning. Right? It's cool, huh?
Yeah, it's lovely. I mean, that's what life's all about, really, isn't it, at the end of the day?
That's what New York.
Things.
Yeah, New York, New York.
On this trip, I'm going native. And renting an apartment is helping me feel like a proper New Yorker.
This kitchen looks like a scene out of a film. Isn't it?
The word on the street is this city's latest subculture is underground restaurants, a rebellion against high-class dining.
I'm going to an illegal restaurant today, which is really quite exciting. So I've got an address. They know I'm coming. They know you lot are coming. And they're like, look, you know, keep it to close. Oh, I love it. It's so exciting. So I'm like, yeah, it kind of feels like a bit 007.
The address is just east of Ali's neighbourhood, in New York's Peruvian hub, Jackson Heights.
It's quite interesting, like, you know, obviously you can see all the nationalities of faces have changed. All the shops have changed. I don't know what this looks like. It really doesn't feel like New York.
I hope my map reading skills are up to scratch, because my Spanish only stretches to beer and train ticket.
That looks like a dive. It's got barbed wire on it. Why the hell has it got barbed wire? Gordon Bennett. I've been to some restaurants, but I never quite been to one like that. I can see the kitchen. Hey, how you doing? Hi. Is this the Peruvian place to eat?
Yeah.
Do I come in here? Yeah? Thank you. Hello. Look what we got here. Really exciting. Okay. Do you mind if I join you?
Sure.
So this is pretty cool. I've never done nothing like this before. What's she got? A little plate of nuts and stuff?
That's fried corn.
So are you Peruvian?
Yes.
Yeah. And how do you find out about this place?
because my friend, she works around here, and I like it.
Yeah, it looks good. So what, is this a family that run this place? Mm-hmm. Is this a house?
This is a house. I think they
Right,
live...
so they live upstairs?
I think so.
So this would be normally their front room?
This would be their front room.
It's completely bonkers. So when they say it's an illegal restaurant, illegal is in not registered, off, doesn't exist as far as...
Off the grid, yeah. Definitely. You know, the Department of Health, which is the New York City
They
agency,
just close it in a
is...
second.
Yeah, they would never allow this.
Yeah, I love it. It's like the underdog.
Ceviche listo.
Oh my God. Thank you.
They've brought me the house special, a Peruvian national treasure, ceviche.
Oh my God, your octopus, prawns, some whitefish.
Ceviche's kind of like sushi. It requires the freshest fish, except it's cooked, not by heat, but with the natural acid of citrus fruit.
Excellent flavour. I just love the whole fact that this place exists. It's like humans' relentless ability to have mum and dad's food somewhere, anywhere. Brilliant. Who would have thought this stuff was in New York? We had a beautiful lunch, thank you. It was delicious. Peru is a beautiful country, huh? Why would you want to come to America?
It's a beautiful country, but the point here is that we don't have the same possibilities to growing up economically, socially, and everything. So that's why we come here.
Yeah.
To find the American thing.
Yeah. So do you work just here? Or?
I do an accounting.
You're an accountant?
Yes.
Perfect. Everyone needs an accountant in the business, huh?
Yes. Definitely, yes.
Mind you, you don't need to do accounts here, huh? So can you talk me through who these people are?
This is my aunt, Isabel. Isabel.
Isabel?
Isabel, yes.
Auntie Isabel. Nice to meet you, my darling.
She's Petra.
This is your cousin?
Yes, Petra.
I grew up living above my mum and dad's pub, and all the family got stuck in. So I guess it's not that different, except we weren't living in fear of being closed down every day.
Would your auntie let me have a go at making a ceviche?
Okay. Empieza a hacer un pasa.
¿Quién va a hacer el ceviche?
Yes, Tiger. Auntie Isabel, be gentle with me. This is lemon juice. Say when, Tiger.
Ya.
Finish?
Sí.
Okay. Cilantro?
Sí.
Grande or
Poquito, así.
poquito?
Ahí nomás así.
All right, Tiger. Look, this is good.
Ya.
She's saying, calm down, Mr. Oliver.
Va a salir la salsa.
Okay, so there's a fairly large amount of salt there,
Sí.
but you're not going to
Ahí.
drink all of that, so
Sí.
teaspoon of salt. Not mucking about there, are they? It's and the chilies?
Uno nomás, este no. Pica.
Just one. Oh, incredible, incredible chilies.
Sal. A ver, vamos a ver.
Have a taste, Isabel. Go on, girl. Guana or not guana? Yeah, good. Fish. And then for 2 minutes, yeah? Do a smanote. I'm speaking. I don't speak Spanish. And then how do we serve this, Isabel? The whole lot?
Ajá.
Everything?
Sí. Poco jugo, ¿no?
You happy?
Sí, ahora sí.
Now it's so fine.
Oh man, so exciting. Proper Peruvian food, delicious. I will definitely come back here. It's getting freezing now. Daytime restaurant in someone's house. Brilliant. It's grounding, humbling. The last restaurant that I fitted out cost £1 million. You know, nice bogs, nice floorboards, nice windows, nice etching, nice printing, nice branding. You know, look. It's the grubbiest little. It looks like in Louisiana after a hurricane. I mean, like, you know, the place is not smart, but all the value is on the plate. Where did he come from? Sorry. That's all right. Yeah. Very cool. What next? Don't film the location.
Break it down.
I'm heading even further into New York's most multicultural borough, Queens, where it's not just the restaurants that are unlicensed. It's home to many of the city's illegal immigrants, and I'm meeting a Colombian who's offering a taste of home and a lifeline to those who are new to the city.
Hello?
George?
Yes? Hey, Gene.
Jamie.
How are
you doing, man?
Coming inside.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. How's everything?
Yeah, good.
Good.
Lovely to meet you.
I'm just trying to do the pipe so you can give me a hand to
Yeah,
fill
of
it,
course.
inspect
Yeah,
it.
no worries. Let me just take my jacket off. What are you doing? How can I help?
Can you help me to peel this
Yeah, of
sweet
course.
potatoes, please?
Absolutely.
Because
Every day for the last 4 years, George and his mum have cooked for homeless illegal immigrants for free.
What kind of food do you cook for these homeless people every day?
it's more this Spanish food, Colombian food.
Comfort food from home?
And yeah, more
Yeah.
than it's Colombian stuff.
George left Colombia when he was just 17 to join his mum, who was already working here as a cleaner, sending her wages home.
When you first came to America, were you illegal or illegal?
I was illegal.
Right.
Illegal, yes.
How did you get here then? Actually, to New York. How did you get here?
Crossing the border, crossing the Mexican border,
So,
like everybody, yes.
not that
I was
clear.
afraid. I was running, not running, walking, but I was afraid because it wasn't new for me.
Yeah.
I thought it was like getting on a plane and landing here and that's it. No, it was a little bit hard.
So how did you become legal from illegal?
There were amnesty in 1986, 1987.
Right, an amnesty, yeah?
Yeah, and then we applied. All my mom, my sister, all the members of my family.
Yeah. What do you do for a job?
I'm a school bus driver.
Right. So you work in the day, and then at night time you feed how many people that are homeless?
Okay, last night they were there 78.
78.
Yes.
They must love you, huh?
I hope. When they smile at me, I think so they did, yes.
Obviously, if you're out there every night feeding homeless people, you must have seen some pretty hard things.
Yes, yes. There were 6 guys sleeping under the bridge. And in the morning, 4 guys went out to find a job, and the other 2 guys stayed right out to sleep a little bit more. And there was somebody who came with gasoline and threw gasoline top and then set on fire.
Set fire to him.
And,
No, it's okay. It's okay. What a man.
¿Y el container para el chocolate lo
There's not many
tienen?
of him around.
Okay.
Every single night at 9 o'clock, George drives half an hour to Jackson Heights. The illegal immigrants wait here, touting for casual work. This will be their one meal of the day.
All these people here are waiting for you?
Yes. Right behind this.
I bet they look pleased when they see you.
Can I show this light on or no?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
George knows all the men personally. They call him the chicken and rice man.
So you get food off George every day?
Yeah, every day.
Yeah.
Every day,
¿Qué
same
pasó,
hour.
mi?
So he looks after you, huh?
Some people know it's the only food for one day, man. Sometimes he give 2 times for tomorrow lunch or something like that, you know?
It's so cold, but I daren't complain because these guys are going to be sleeping out here. Bloody horrible. You want some cake, brother? That's it. Yeah, go on, take the one you're touching. This one, brother. This one here, take this. Go on. I think some of them are a bit drunk. Here, you take it from me, brother. All right? There you go. Yeah, they come, you know, most of them are sober, some of them are drunk, but you can't knock them for being drunk. Because who'd want to be sober in this, it's so cold. All these people, they come here to America, obviously for opportunity, for a new beginning, for a fresh start, but this looks pretty tough. I mean...
Right, yes, it is. They were looking for a job, but it's going to be a tough thing to find it. Can you wait for a moment?
Yeah, of course.
I want Jim. I just bird.
No!
Right there on top.
No! That's typical.
Límpiame la cabeza, amigo, que me
all
cago.
the people to shit on, and they shit on him. Oh my God.
No me respeta.
Sometimes
No me
life can be
talles,
cruel, huh? New York doesn't have any prisoners, that's for sure. And if it does, it'll be the ones queuing up, waiting for George's food. I think the reason he's doing it is because he was an immigrant. He was an illegal immigrant, and he knows how bloody hard it is. So that's why he can't stop doing it. People don't do what he does because they won't allow themselves to get hooked in. I think once you're hooked in, you're bloody hooked in. And it was the same for me in 15. Once you have that responsibility, you've got that responsibility. But when I see George, he's got personal, physical relationships with these people, and he really, really cares. And that's a wonderful, wonderful human trait that I think that we all have, you know, if we allow ourselves to have it.
Starting a new life legally is getting tougher and tougher, but New York remains the biggest magnet for new immigrants to America. I want to get out to where the most recent are settling and see what dishes they've brought with them. I'm in the Big Apple, and I'm beginning to get my head round this city that never sleeps in an entirely different way. Like the immigrant communities I've spent time in, I'm entering another unknown world. It's the latest arrival to the New York dining scene.
Okay, so basically the score is now there's this thing called a supper club. It's like a new thing boiling under the seam, basically glorified dinner parties, and then you charge them. So it's all cash in hand again. But I guess, you know, some people call them anti-restaurants, you know, because they're against the sort of restaurant scene, which obviously I'm in. I'm kind of thinking that if someone's invited you around their house for this guerrilla anti-restaurant food, then they must be out of bleeding cook. Right, this is it. Looks like a normal house. Looks like Ugly Betty's house. Zora and Tamara, who's who we're after.
Hey.
Hello.
Hello.
Zora and Tamara.
Yeah. Zora, Tamara.
What a pleasure. Nice
Pleasure
to meet you.
to meet you.
Thank you very much.
Nice to meet you. Hey, we're glad to have you.
Sorry I'm all wrapped up.
No, not at all. Come on in. We're so sorry you had to be out.
Thank you.
Zora and Tamara run 2 underground supper clubs a month.
Would you mind taking your shoes off?
Not at all, no.
Within minutes of posting their secret dinner dates online, they're sold out.
Wow, how many people are here?
I think we're like 16, 17 today.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah.
And you put the...
Yes, we have
the
our
menu
menu
up
tonight.
here.
Yeah, grab a glass.
Hey, listen,
and then you can...
so you got glasses? These are like jam jars.
Yeah.
Did you marinate it and stuff?
Yeah.
I love it.
Well, a little bit of
Hello. How you doing?
Yes.
All right.
Supper clubs are unlicensed, so these girls can't officially charge for food.
If you're going to have, what, 3 courses? Dessert, drinks?
It's $35 and a bottle of wine.
Yeah.
It's the typical donation.
Yeah.
So you bring a bottle of wine?
Yeah. You bring your own wine, because it's illegal to sell
Yeah,
booze.
we would not be selling booze to people
Listen,
or
I
anything.
think you've broken a few laws already.
Well, you know.
Let's not worry about it.
I don't think so. I mean, really, we hate restaurants. Like, Tamara has worked in restaurants for fucking ever, and I worked in restaurants enough to realize, like, that's not really the kind of cooking I want to do. The problem with restaurants in New York is you get kicked out, like, as soon as you're done eating. And here, people can
Have a night.
relax and have a whole night, and there's so few places
So
to
it
do
is,
that in New
in
York.
actual fact, an anti-restaurant?
Yes, I would say.
Zora and Tamara just break even, but there are some perks.
Do anyone fall in love here? Have you been
both.
responsible for any conception of children?
Well, we both hooked up.
I know, we both got married in the course of these dinners.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
So,
Yeah, we did. We did.
Anyway.
My husband, our 3rd date, I brought him to a dinner in my
Oh
old
my God.
apartment.
So
He didn't know
anti-restaurants has got you hitched?
Yeah. I know a few people have gotten laid, but I don't think it went any further than that.
But that's
you know,
good.
that's cool.
What a dessert.
Chicken fried lamb chops. Take one and pass it down. Take one.
Unlike restaurants, these chefs get to eat with their diners too, and the menu today is a homage to their Greek neighbourhood. For the main course, unbelievable crispy fried lamb chops with rosemary, alongside tender lamb shanks spiced up with cumin and saffron.
Your first time? This is your second time. And how does this one look so far compared to your other one?
What do you want?
A lot less stuffy.
So the other one was quite stuffy.
Well, you can't talk to anybody before you enter or exit. And
What?
Yes.
Like, really?
This is a lot more sort of earthy and real and authentic.
Yeah.
I think.
I was a bit cynical, but I totally get it. When you're in someone's home, it makes you act different. Saying that, I'm already more than half pissed from a jam jar. So it's good.
See you later. Thanks very much, all. See you guys. Take care. Seriously good food. Can we turn it up?
Yeah, I like that one. It's got good bass.
It's very classic songs.
Key to good hair is if you go upside down. I learnt this when I had a flat top when I was 12 years old. You know the haircut they do when they have the spirit level. That's why I only wash my hair once every 5 days. Because if I wash my hair every day, it goes like a white afro, right? And then I have to put a crash helmet on my head. You know, the anti-restaurant supper club was basically come here, spend all night, put an anonymous amount of money in a hat or whatever at the back of the room, and be fed. And I just love it. And most importantly, like, serving some bloody tasty food. In the spirit of my underground adventure, I've decided to host my very own supper club. I am just submitting a blog to say, basically, I'm going to cook for 8 people in the New York area. Do they want to come round to the flat I'm in? It'd be quite nice to get a nice mixture of people around the table. I have to be careful how I spell things on this because last time I did spell check on pancetta, it came out as placenta and I posted it. I need to decide what to serve, and I really want to reflect some of New York's different cultures. But before I finalise my menu, I'm off to where the newest immigrants are settling. Flushing is at the end of the subway, on the outskirts of New York, near to the airport. Woo! No surprise then that it's always been a staging post for the newest communities. Irish, Jewish, Italian, and now it's the place to get the most authentic regional Chinese cuisine.
I've been to Chinatown in Manhattan, and you know, and if you know which ones to go to, you can eat very, very well. But I think what's beautiful about this is it seems to be more vibrant, a bit cruder. You know, a lot of these people don't even speak English at all, so they're like, it's like a little microcosm.
I'm gonna try my hand in this food court. It opened just 3 weeks ago.
In China, where do you come from?
China.
No, it's, whereabouts in China? Chengdu. Okay.
Li Lin, or Joe as he'll be known in New York, specialises in these incredible, fiery dan dan noodles. And I'm a chili freak, so this Szechuan classic is right up my straza.
Can you explain what is dang dang ya?
Dada.
I think we're gonna have who's gonna translate, darling? Dang dang. Okay, Tiger. Dang dang maya.
Dang dang miet.
Dang dang miet. Okay. So it's like an assembly at this point. We've got noodles.
Add some slightly wilted Chinese cabbage, a little soy sauce, and then for the key ingredient, Szechuan pepper.
It's kind of got
It has an effect like when you have your mouth numbed when you go to the dentist. We've got some chicken bouillon here. Finally, add a teaspoon of chopped fresh garlic, a handful of spring onions, and then for some insanely hot homemade chili oil. Oh, is this good? Good. Yeah? Yes. Less?
Okay.
Yeah? You'll remember this one tomorrow. And then here's the really interesting bit. We've got a beef mince, and I put probably a bit too much in there, judging by his reaction. Look at the way he uses his chopsticks. This is a serious foodie's noodle dish. Beautiful. Ooh! Ooh! Yeah! Oh! Oh! Oh, that is so good. Yeah, good? Dang dang maya. In the stall opposite, they're actually making the noodles from scratch. What do you call these noodles?
In Chinese, it's 手擀面 means handmade.
手擀.
Yeah, hand means show.
Show. Sugar. 19-year-old Aki and her parents touched down in America just 3 months ago. What do you expect from your new life in New York?
I think it's very challenging for us. My father have never been a cook.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
What did your father do in China?
A businessman.
Do you think your mum would let me have a go at making the noodles?
Okay.
Yeah? Let me have a go, darling. She's like my mum. She's a control freak. So, mum, so like this?
Very good. Very good. You are nature. Very nice. Very nice.
How do you say thank you in Chinese?
谢谢.
谢谢.
Yeah.
谢谢. This is one of the best dishes I've tried in a long, long time. These little parcels are called shirping. And now I'm showing off. Yeah. I love it. And then at this point, we have to flatten it out and turn it. Oh.
You're strong.
Yeah, I'm too strong. I just bust it. Yeah, right. It's not that funny. I was getting too cocky. Thank you. Brilliant. I'll tell you, that was just brilliant. That's what I come to New York for. Brilliant, beautiful people, different backgrounds, different smells, tastes, techniques. 2 hours, 3 hours in there was like, I was like a kid in a sweet shop. It was brilliant. Funny thing, isn't it? It can be looked at as a positive or a negative. Get those bloody foreigners out of our country. Post-war, you know, both of my granddads, probably like 90% of other granddads in Great Britain, not in a bitter, horrible way, were verbally quite racist. But one of those granddads was fifth generation Sudanese. Do you know what I mean? I'm sixth. Which no one believes, because like Blondie, well, used to be Blondie. So, I mean, you know, I think the immigration thing's quite fascinating.
Look at the Sesame Street characters, hilarious.
The menu I'm writing is a bit It's a bit of a car crash, really. This is a little celebration of my trip. I think, you know, New York's actually helped me feel differently about immigration. And not that I was ever sort of anti-immigrants, but, you know, I feel like I understand them a bit more. It's generally trying to escape with or for your family to have a safer, better life with more potential, really, for your kids. And I can really sympathise with that. I'm joining the anti-restaurant brigade for the night, and I'm making up my own rules. I'm going to have a donations box, like the two girls did, but I'm going to dedicate the donations to George. Remember George, who fed all the homeless people every day? There's not many people like George about, so it'd be nice to do something appropriate for him. I've got hundreds of replies to my blog, so I need to confirm my guest list. I'm just going through them, really. They're quite funny. I find much zen in chopping vegetables. You want to get Hispanics, Irish, Russians, you want to kind of get a whole cross-section of New York, definitely. Otherwise, what's the point? 35 Double D, she's definitely coming. Hi, is that Dana? Hello, darling, it's Jamie Oliver. I'm just responding to your blog. Yeah, so you up for coming? Great. Basically, no one really knows each other, but there's people from all over New York, and then I'm just going to cook a bunch of stuff, get some liquor in, and have a little bit of a laugh, really. All right, darling, take care. All the best. She was completely freaked out. She goes, "Oh, my God, I'm really good fun. I promise you, I will not let you down." Ah, good. Got a party. Just need some food. The whole point of this menu is it's a bit confused, a bit mutt-like. It's like stuff everywhere, nowhere to put anything. First up, the starters. The moment of truth. Can Mr. Oliver replicate that lovely Chinese lady's pancakes? Flour and water mixed together to make a dough like this that's soft and elastic. Then I'm going to put some crab in instead of pork. Got lemon zest, fennel, parsley, a little chilli. Get the speed up now. And we'll get it together. Mix it up with the crab meat. I'm just going to add a couple of eggs to the story. Grate a bit of lemon zest, mix it up, and then grab a handful of this zingy filling and fold it up in the parcels. Look how it stretches, it's like bubble gum. I'm gonna... Can't find anything. Don't know where anything is. Next, I'm gonna do my version of a Peruvian ceviche. Sea bass. Slightly awkward fish to fillet. Remove the skin and bones, and then roughly slice up, ready to season. This is the fluke I bought. Sushi quality. So I've got coriander, got some fennel. There'll be salt going on both of them. Probably just a little bit of clementine zest and lemon on the other, just to get different flavours. The whole thing about ceviche is it's delicious. It's so fresh and lovely. The acid in the citrus fruit will transform the raw fish in just 2 minutes, so I'll leave that to the last minute. Got a beef in the oven here. Have a look at this. It's like a massive rib of beef, right? And that's been rubbed with Egyptian spices, inspiration from Ali, and that's been cooked for about 6 hours at about 275 degrees Fahrenheit, which is about 140, 150 Celsius, OK? But, you know, we'll slice that. Got some sweet potatoes with that. My starters and mains are all prepped. Now it's time for the hard part, sprucing myself up. Barney. Tonight, I, Jamie Oliver, owner of restaurants around the world, am joining New York's anti-restaurant scene. What a traitor. 8 New Yorkers who I've only met online are coming round my gaff for a supper club. I mean, I've definitely got more memories from this trip than possibly all of my New York trips put together. It's the stories of the people, really, that were really, really interesting, you know, let alone the food. If you can get booze into someone's hand within 30 seconds of them getting in the door, then you're a very good host. First one's here. I've never had a party where I haven't got a clue. Right, so get the first glass ready. Let's get them all drunk. Linda, hello, darling. Come in. How are you? Pleasure. Excuse me, darling. Hello.
How are you?
Who are you then?
I'm Carrie.
Nice to meet you.
I'm Gwen.
There you go, sweetheart.
Thanks so much.
25 seconds. Wait for it. Hello. What do you want to drink? Red wine or white wine? My supper club lineup is a cocktail of New York's different communities, Hawaiians, Italians and Puerto Ricans, from firemen to physicians.
6, 7, 8, 9. We're all here.
Nice.
The menu's on the wall. It's a supper club, so it's a bit family service and a bit DIY, but that's kind of part of the charm, I hope. So you guys chill, come in, and the food will be coming out in about 5 minutes.
Oh, wow. Very service. Yeah, exactly.
Wind your body, wind your body. So I'm letting my Sudanese immigrant side of me come out. Hear me now, what it up, your dibby dibby style, hear me now. Okay.
Anything else that we can do?
Well, I'll tell you what, you can be my waitress if you want.
I can do that.
For starter, I'm going to serve my ceviche and my crab sherping topped with salsa.
Cheers, and I hope you enjoy it. Yeah, man. So how many people around this table are like regular cooks in New Yorkers? So half of you, basically. And then you guys.
Well, there's so many good places in New York that you want to try.
For the main event, I'm serving beef with Egyptian spices and a side of New York's classic mac and cheese, my style.
Guys, I just want to mention something. This guy here is, I don't know if you saw on the menu, I mean, running it like a normal supper club. There's a pot at the end of the house and you make anonymous donations. But this guy here cooks for 85 homeless people every night, and I went with him and fed the people. And I thought it would be nice to dedicate tonight to him. And he's a kind of amazing guy. And I knew it was going to be sweet, but I didn't think it would upset me.
What's his name?
George. Colombian George. And bless him. I'm really glad that I came to New York because many, many people know New York. And hopefully, you know, maybe if people see what I've done, they might be less tempted to go for the usual. As soon as I get back to London, I want to know where my version of Ali is in Little Egypt. I want to know more about some of the things going on in my city. So, yeah, I think really good trip. It's a crazy, crazy city.
Next time, I'm leaving the bright lights of the city behind and I'm heading to the state of Louisiana, where I'll be hunting for my food.
Shitting myself. Hunting in my world is all about rabbits, hares, but nothing that can kill you.
3, 5, 4, 4. I smell the blood of an Englishman.
I'll be up close and personal.
Up the jack seat, right? And then it's
with the Cajun way of life. Like many Brits, my first taste of America was being taken to Disney World as a kid.
It's so exciting.
20 years on, I want to get a real taste of a country that's fascinated me ever since.
What is dandanya?
Dada.
Who's going to translate, darling?
And the only way I know how is by cooking, tasting.
Where have you been all my life?
And getting stuck into everything stateside.
Come on!
Raw and uncut, and without a guidebook. I'll be on a one-man food quest to be reborn in the US of A. My next stop is Louisiana.
They're mental, they just like to party.
Where the only things bigger than the knees-ups are the hurricanes.
My family home was right here.
Well, there's nothing there, though.
Nothing.
I'll be soaking up the New Orleans atmosphere.
Can I help? Do you want me to do anything?
Trying to keep up with those locals.
Come on, the Gumbo! Gumbo! Essex style!
And bagging my own dinner. I want to understand America and its people through what they eat and how they cook. New Orleans, the birthplace of jazz and the home to America's Mardi Gras, is a culinary step into the unknown for me. I know me French, Italian, Spanish stuff. That's what I've grown up with. I don't even know what is at the heart of this food, but I know it's so far away from anything I've ever done, and that is exciting, and that's what cooking's all about. But there's a darker side to New Orleans. Every year, the city faces the threat of hurricanes. Just 3 weeks before I landed, every single person in New Orleans was ordered to evacuate as Hurricane Gustav swept through the state. What I can't understand is why would you want to live somewhere where every year you get a kick up the backside from Mother Nature? You know, you'd pack the kids up and go, wouldn't you? So I can't wait to see why people hang about. I want to see how food helps locals cope with disaster. One of my best mates said it's the most special place in America. Great people, great food, great fun.
Wow. Music everywhere.
After Hurricane Gustav this year, New Orleans tourist hotspots were back in full swing within days. But in 2005, most of the city was underwater. Hurricane Katrina smashed through the levee walls, holding back the mighty Mississippi, and the city was flooded. Nearly 1,500 people died, and many of those who survived were left homeless. 3 years later, and not every part of New Orleans is back to business as usual. I'm meeting with one of the restaurateurs worst affected by Hurricane Katrina.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Jamie Oliver, nice to meet you.
Leah Chase, how are you?
I've heard a lot about you. Dookie Chase is a New Orleans institution. Ray Charles sang about it, and America's most powerful African-American leaders have eaten there. It's been a tough few years for Leah, the 86-year-old owner.
Katrina knocked me out for, what, 2 years?
Really?
I had to do this whole place over. I lost everything. This floor, you see places we had to dig it up. It was like a canal in here. And it cost a fortune. Because I think $500,000 is a fortune. Yeah. It's a fortune, you know, but people helped me with it, so that was pretty good there.
Leah's going to teach me New Orleans' signature dish, Gumbo, a unique fusion of African, Caribbean, and French influences.
Gumbo is really the African word for okra. Do you have okra in England?
That doesn't grow, no. But I've always seen okra down some of the more black ethnic streets with, and they do rice dishes with it. The Indians use it in some curries and stuff like that.
We don't see okra in our elite English neighborhood.
No.
We go down there where the Africans are and the Indians, and they have okra. Okay.
No.
Well, take it up to your side, sweetheart, sometime. You'll like it.
I didn't mean it like that at all. What I meant...
I know you didn't.
What I meant was that it's only just become available in the supermarkets.
Can you hold this? Can you do anything, sweetheart?
I'm all here for you, darling.
Right.
What would you like?
Okay, put that in there.
Tell me when to stop.
We're going to stop when we get it all in.
All right.
There you go,
That's easy.
all of it.
Okay, darling.
Okay, we're going to take some onion out.
Would you like me to cut some onion for you?
Do you know how?
Yeah.
Okay. So, excuse me. He knows a little. All right.
Been cooking a while.
That's good. What we Creoles call the Holy Trinity. That's what we're going to put in this gumbo right now.
The Holy Trinity?
You know, the celery, the onions, and the bell pepper. How about that?
I love that, the Holy Trinity.
Okay.
Okay.
I like it a little finer than that, though.
Oh, you want it fine?
Yes, dear.
Sorry,
we don't want big hunks of that.
I don't know. It's like being at college. I love it.
Put it in there. We're going to put some green bell pepper.
Yeah.
Let's go with a little garlic. We'll put a little chicken stock in there. And you see, we're going to put these crabs. People like lots of crab.
How long will you cook this for now?
Cook it until it's cooked, sweetheart.
Yeah.
Cook it until it's cooked.
How did gumbo get to New Orleans?
Gumbo got to New Orleans with the slaves. So they put the okra, I understand, in their ears, the seeds.
Really?
They really smuggled them in.
So they really love their okra, my God.
Well, that was their basic food.
Yeah.
Let's plate up some of this. And you give it a little color here. Now that's as pretty as you want.
The okra, it cooks like quite meaty.
Yeah.
And I really like the thick texture, actually. It's got a little kick to it.
A little
But it's a really hearty broth, really, isn't it? The restaurant's been rebuilt from scratch, and because there's still work to do, Leah can only offer lunch service.
This whole area was water, just like a lake. This is the entrance to my dining room, but it's still got work to do here.
Yeah.
It's just hard. It's just hard to lose everything.
Yeah, I mean, if you lose everything, then it's a total fresh start, isn't it?
It is a fresh start, and you learn, and you just start over. And it's just hard starting over. It's just so hard. You know, like you see, all those were housing units. All of those were customers I had. But now they're gone.
I can see that getting restaurants back on their feet is crucial to keeping that Mardi Gras vibe alive. Now I want to get a taste of authentic Louisiana street food and street life.
Jamie, are you all right?
When Hurricane Gustav blew through 3 weeks ago, Kermit Ruffins, jazz musician, bar owner and barbecue cook, was one of the first to bounce back. You're famous for doing barbecues at whatever gig you do.
The name of my band is Kermit Ruffins.
Right.
And the Barbecue Swingers.
And the Barbecue Swingers.
Kermit Ruffins and the Barbecue Swingers.
That's fantastic. Oh, are these all your buddies?
Yeah. Coming out. This cat got a grill. He's got a grill.
Do you barbecue as well?
Oh, I'm smoking bones.
Who's best out of you two?
Ask him. Oh, see, there's a grill on this corner. There's a grill on that corner.
There's grills on every corner.
Down this whole block, and every bar got a grill.
Street food is an important part of Southern cooking. Each region has its own unique dishes and flavours. What you got here? Are you doing quail?
Good old quail.
Kermit's quail is marinated in a typically punchy Louisiana sauce. New Orleans barbecue is all about that extra kick. I never thought I'd be seeing quail being cooked in New Orleans. We're also serving up Kermit's favourite local bangers, packed full of chilies and peppers. Wow, I love it. That'll give you a kick up the arse in the morning. New Orleans style. Can I help? Do you want me to do anything? Jesus, I'm a bit pissed. Tell me something, like, I've only just got here, but like, if the weather, if the hurricanes, if the floods, if they come back on a regular basis, why do people live here? Why do the people in New Orleans do that?
It all boils down to families, you know, between family and church, bars and restaurants. New Orleans is one of the best places to live on earth, as far as I'm concerned, that's for sure.
So it's worth it?
Oh yeah, I mean, can't help but come back and rebuild it.
So what's the atmosphere like when the hurricanes are coming in?
Everybody's partying.
Partying? In hurricane season?
Yeah, you're partying and you're going and board up your house at the same time. You got the music on.
Are you
barbecuing?
No way!
You're saying, man, I may not see you again.
Serious? Okay.
I may not see you for a couple of weeks.
I'm sitting in England watching the news 24, seeing the hurricane graph come in towards New Orleans, feeling sorry for you lot. And you're partying and barbecuing.
We're partying, but we're ready to get the hell out of here and do what we have to do to survive, that's for sure.
Kermit's fighting spirit has inspired me to have a go at my very own hurricane quashing dish. I'm in Louisiana, America's Hurricane Central, to find out what role food plays in keeping people's spirits high. Delicious. That'll wake you up in the morning. New Orleans may be back to normal after Hurricane Gustav, but in 2005, Hurricane Katrina was a different matter. So I'm going to go and see Kermit now, and he's going to take me around all of the other parts of New Orleans, the part that was affected the worst by the hurricanes and floods and stuff, I don't know what to expect. I imagine they've cleaned it all up by now.
All aboard? Here's the levee wall right there.
Are you being serious? That's nothing.
That's the levee wall. The water got up and it broke.
Oh, I'm not surprised. It looks like Lego. Two of the biggest levee breaches were in the lower 9th Ward, home at the time to nearly 15,000 people. I can't believe it. I mean, you literally come over this bridge and everything just looks
totally different.
Wrecked.
This neighborhood was so alive with kids everywhere, running and playing and having fun.
There is no one, is there, at all?
No one.
It is a ghost town, isn't it?
It's a ghost town. The water rushed through here. We had 15 feet of water.
15 feet?
And most of the houses was totally underwater. My family home was right here.
Well, there's nothing there, though.
Nothing there. Now, the water pushed my home about 5 feet off its foundation. Dad had it torn down because you couldn't do nothing with it.
So this is the new wall?
And I watched the storm that just left Gustav, and the water was all the way up to their top.
Why didn't they make it a bit taller?
I don't know, because they figure the surge is always right about at 12 feet high, and they made it right at 12 feet.
Would have thought after Katrina they would have made it 15 feet or...
Yeah, you thought they would have did that, but they didn't.
Money, money, money.
This is the exact spot where the levee broke.
So what happened?
That surge came in, man, the water just went all the way up, and finally, I think a barge started hitting it.
So a boat was getting...
A boat kept
So it was like a hammer?
Yeah, with the water just steady going, and finally, it broke. And it just rushed through the neighborhood like you wouldn't believe.
So there were people still in their houses?
Some people stayed. Lots of people stayed. A lot of people died down here.
Really?
It's crazy.
Wow. So it's almost like a whole town just got scrubbed off the map.
Yep. The lower 9th Ward definitely got scrubbed off the map.
While the tourist areas of New Orleans have been rebuilt, these poorer, largely African-American districts are simply beyond repair. Despite this, the fighting spirit of the community is alive and well at the fortnightly street party known as a Second Line.
It's like a big carnival.
Right.
It's good music, lots of people dancing their butts off.
And lots of good cooking going on down there?
Oh, yeah. It's about 40 trucks. You're not going to believe the cooking that's going on.
Right.
It's amazing.
I'll check that out.
Yeah, you should definitely check out the Second Line while you're here.
Thank you.
James.
Thanks for everything. Yeah. I want to set up my own gumbo stall at tomorrow's Second Line. But if I'm going to cook for a bunch of locals, I want to get it right. And I'm starting to realise that gumbo queen Leah Chase has kept a few of her secrets from me. I was slightly disappointed with Leah because she was giving me a real cheats gumbo, right? And that was her being incredibly generous because she said herself that an authentic gumbo would take 3-4 hours on a slow wood-fired stove. And I appreciate her giving me a cheat, but I can cheat myself, do you know what I mean? What I wanted was the definitive gumbo. So these recipe books are kind of giving me a bit of a helping hand at the moment. Like, this is a whole book on gumbo.
It's quite early, it's about 6 in the morning, but we've got to kind of get started early because if you're going to go down to the Second Line, you have to be there by 11.
After a night of research, I'm still unsure what makes a definitive gumbo, so I'm cooking a bit blind.
At the end of the day, if it's a kind of stew soup that's tasty and delicious, around a few basic principles, then it should be a bloody good gumbo.
The three key elements of my gumbo are the Holy Trinity, which is onion, celery and bell pepper, a really tasty broth, and a mix of fat and flour called a roux, cooked till dark.
What's happening now is it's kind of becoming a beautiful, intense, sweet muddle of flavours. I'm a bit pushed for time, really.
My main ingredients are hot sausage and locally caught crab and shrimp. spicing it up with a good dose of cayenne pepper. It's sort of burning my face, so it's like I just had a mouthful of mace. Okay, brain, think. I'm gonna put the okra in now. See that sort of gluiness? That's the sort of natural thickening agent of it. Oh, forgot my sausage. Once I've got my sausage and seafood in, I add a couple of juicy ripe tomatoes to finish things off and a squeeze of lemon. And we have got one mighty fine gumbo. It's got attitude, it's not a pushover gumbo. I'm gonna let that just tick, 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 tick. We've got everything in the van. I'm trying to go quite slowly over the bumps so we don't spill anything. Second lines are promoted by word of mouth and take place in the dodgier parts of town. I'm going to start serving in about half an hour, I think, when people start... I think we'll just feel it. I'm just going to go with it. These backstreet parties started off as fundraisers to pay for funerals. Though they no longer serve that purpose, second lines are still there to laugh in the face of death and destruction. Hey, do you guys are all from the same club or family?
Yeah, young men on left. We represent. We got 65th.
6 days.
Yeah, the third, yeah.
Ah.
We represent.
I don't know. I haven't got a clue what he just said.
Come on, the gumbo! Gumbo! Essex style. Have a little gumbo.
You want to try some?
Yes, you cooked it?
With all my love. I hope you love it.
Thank you. I need
Another
another one.
one? You know what? It sounds really cheesy, but I don't think you can really understand the heart of gumbo unless you see all this sort of stuff. Come on, the gumbo! There you go, beautiful. We're flying, brother.
This is not Louisiana gumbo, so what's the name of this?
Jamie Gumbo.
Jamie gumbo?
But you're eating it, so you must like it.
It's delicious. It's not quite New Orleans flavor, but it's good. I like it.
It's some good gumbo, yeah. Who taught you how to make that gumbo?
Miss Leah Chase.
Oh, best in the world. They're the best in the world.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think.
I'm trying.
Look at
New Orleans is one of the greatest cities in the world, man. And they're all coming out the doors. Look at this. At all. There's definitely something very special about New Orleans that you can't quite put your finger on. Like, my girl over there is serving a Korean dish as a black woman, and a gumbo is a slave black dish that's been through French, German, French influences. It just seems like a really successful melting pot, do you know what I mean? It's my last night in New Orleans, and I'm determined to keep going. What's good?
Hurricane.
Is that's a cocktail?
Yeah.
Yeah, lovely. I'll have one of those.
All right.
Cheers. A bit ironic, isn't it? Naming your special a hurricane. What's in a hurricane?
It's got 4 shots of rum and 4 ounces of Pat O'Brien's Hurricane Mix.
4 shots of rum.
That's what we're famous for, where they originated.
Wow. Woohoo! It's months until the city's famous Mardi Gras parade, but it seems like everyone's jumped on board the New Orleans party train. This is insane. I don't know why they're doing it. Thank you. They're mental. They just like to party. With New Orleans back to normal after the most recent hurricanes, I'm heading out of the city to the areas that got worst hit by the storms.
Oh my God, it's got a tank.
I want to see if the badly hit locals in the Louisiana countryside are still partying. But after last night's boozing, I've got to take it a bit steady.
We just stopped to get some petrol, and then, having not eaten any shit for 12 years, I've just gone in there, and for some reason, it feels right to go and buy a load of shit. The thing is, it does taste good. But it's so salty. They don't do anything but halves out here. I'm about to eat the honey bun. Here goes. What else we got? M&M's, I've missed you. I know that I'm going to feel sick, but that Snickers was so good. I don't want to work anymore. I got my junk food.
I'm heading into Cajun country, a place where in the 18th century, the French settlers refused to be part of the USA, and that independent spirit still lives on. It's now 3 weeks after Louisiana was rocked by Hurricane Gustav, and this area took the full brunt of the storm.
The thing that's quite interesting is obviously everyone's heard about Hurricane Katrina, but actually Hurricane Gustav was much, much worse in this area than Katrina ever was.
Hurricane Gustav tore inland from the coast through Louisiana's suburban towns and rural communities, devastating homes and businesses throughout the whole of Cajun country.
Certainly as you're driving through here, there's roofs off of things, trees falling over, people doing clear up everywhere.
A local restaurant owner who was knocked sideways by the storm has offered to put me up.
What's really interesting is every time something bad happens in the world, humans naturally go back to old sort of rituals of getting around a table and eating. In wars, food was incredibly important. And I've got friends that even worked in the Tribeca area of New York when September the 11th happened. You know, getting those restaurants open soon was really important, not just to nourish people, but to kind of keep their kind of spirits high.
I'm driving all day through Cajun country to get to the restaurant. On the way, there's a chance for me to get my hands on one of the region's most exciting ingredients. But if I'm going to stop off, I best make it snappy.
I'm going to go and meet a lady called Sydney May, who hunts alligator. I'm a little bit nervous, because they bite you.
Sydney May Durand has lived Cajun life to the full. Before hunting alligators, she's been a rodeo rider and a representative for Congress.
Hello.
She's agreed to let me join her hunting party if, in return, I cook what we catch.
Sydney May, how you doing? What a pleasure.
What a pleasure to meet you.
How are you, darling?
I asked if I could kiss you.
Oh, I'm here.
That's great. That's
Lovely.
great. I think you're going to enjoy it. We went and scouted this morning, and we saw some nice alligators.
And how do you know a nice alligator? It's just a big one.
Well, a nice one will be about 9 foot, 8 foot, 9 foot.
9 foot. That is big. That would take my arm off, wouldn't it?
If we can only catch it.
Yeah.
Watch in the back. That's where the big alligator is.
There's going to be alligators.
Look at that. You see, watch a duck go under the water. This is where we're going to put the first one.
I'm a bit scared to get
Hey,
out.
watch it.
Do they ever come on land?
Yeah, but you just look before you walk.
Yeah, but that's... Christ. Are you not scared at all?
No.
Okay.
No, they won't.
Oh, there's one, brother. There's one.
You see it?
Oh, my God. Look, there he is. Shitting myself.
This may be no picnic, but it is a family day out for Sydney May's clan, who are here to help put out the bait.
OK, so this is your version of a fishing rod.
Yeah.
So there's your hook. This is the most amazing form of fishing I've ever seen. How did the hurricane affect the farm or the gators?
Bad. When it turns up the water, all the bad stuff in the bottom comes up and it kills the fish.
Right.
So then the alligators had a lot to eat. So the season wasn't good at the beginning. The hurricane messed up everything.
Goes to the water. Goes to the water.
Yeah, I bet you boys are having the right laugh with me.
Fee, fi, fo, fum. I smell the blood of an Englishman.
Yeah, don't wind me up. How will the alligator know the chicken's there? Can it smell?
You see it dripping? The fat is floating on the
like
top.
a sheen.
Right.
Jamie, I think you can catch a big one
I hope so.
tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
And I promise you, you'll dream about it tonight.
Half an hour from Sydney May's is McGee's Landing, my base for the rest of my stay. It's got a great reputation for Cajun cooking, but for now, McGee's, just like Dookie Chase after Katrina, is shut down.
Hey, Dave. How you doing, man? God.
Welcome to Cajun country, buddy.
Thank you.
3 weeks ago, 110-mile-an-hour winds tore the tin roof off of David Alaman's restaurant and sent it sprawling across the car park. Then the storm caused more than $100,000 worth of damage to the interior. McGee's has been closed for business ever since.
We had an open deck here, which the wind got up from under it
And then pushed
and
it off.
peeled the rest of the roof off.
Right.
During Hurricane Andrew, the same thing happened. Now, during Lily, I lost just a section of it. So this is the third roof since we've built this building.
You are a brave man.
David's situation is pretty dire. Wasted stock, a mounting wage bill, and an unworkable kitchen.
So was the roof off here?
Yes, this is completely off. We took
So
the ceiling out.
the kitchen got completely
The kitchen got
screwed.
completely smashed.
I mean, I've never seen a kitchen with its roof torn off, but look at this.
Everything will be replaced. And, you know, it's going to be done by Friday.
You're going to have a relaunch party?
Yeah, man, we're going to get together and have a grand
How are you going to do it? Is
Well-
it dinner and dance?
dinner and dance.
Great. How many people?
150 people, 100 so.
If there's anything that I can do to help,
I will put you to work, Jamie.
I want to
I
be
will
put to
put you to
work.
work.
In return for letting me stay, I've offered to come up with my very own Louisiana-inspired menu and cook David's relaunch dinner.
Mate, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Are there any gators in this water?
Yeah.
Oh, for Christ's sake. I do sleepwalk. Oh my God. It's a bit more exciting than the Norfolk Broads.
While David makes the site fit for public use, I'm off to check my traps.
Let's go get those gators! I grew up in the country, so, you know, hunting in my world is all about rabbits, hares, partridge, pheasant, but nothing that can kill you. Nothing that can fight back.
Sydney May has sensed that I'm nervous, so she's called in reinforcements.
This is my granddaughter, Whitney, who has been helping
Whitney.
me for years.
Nice to meet you.
And this is her friend, Katie.
Hello. So how old are you girls?
11.
I hear you're a bit of a professional catcher.
11-year-old Whitney has been in Sydney May's hunting party since she was 7.
Your nan says you're real good. So what we're going to do then? We're going to head out?
Yeah.
Back at Sydney May's, it's time to keep my end of the bargain and cook up that gator for my fellow hunters.
Just a minute, what's this? Ah. It's the bullet. Ah. Maybe not that bit, eh? I'm gonna make a black Cajun rub.
It seems everyone in Louisiana likes food that packs a punch, so I'm not gonna hold back on the flavours. I'm making a rub with pepper, salt, cayenne, thyme and bay.
So I'm gonna mix that up like this. Look at that. You know, and it'll have a kick to it, don't you worry about that. What I'm gonna do now is pour this on the alligator. Mustard, just to harmonise all the flavours. I'm just gonna mix it all up now. So there you go. Now, what I'm gonna do is put the oil in. When that oil's nice and hot, we're gonna cook some. That's frying off nice. Nice, I think we're there. Done some sweet potatoes in the coals of the barbecue. Okay. I'm just gonna run my knife down it like that. Squeeze it. Then I'm gonna get my alligator. I mean, it's quite an incredible meat. It's sort of meat, but because I know where it's come from, it's a gator. And it's just, there's no getting away from it. It's a gator. And then literally, I'm just gonna serve that with some of our lovely salsa. Look at that. Beautiful. Wow. It's got the most incredible texture. It sort of feels kind of like chicken and pork, but I'm not quite sure. Delicious.
The local catchphrase is, "Let the good times roll." And it may not be the bustle of New Orleans, but this lot still love to party.
What differences in your lifestyle is there compared to the rest of America?
You never know when your last day is going to be, so just enjoy today.
Exactly. I moved down here in the 60s. I came down, believe it or not, as a baseball player. And if I had to say what's unique about the area and the people, it's just a love of life, and they enjoy life, enjoy food, enjoy living. Joie de vie, as they say.
Yeah. Were you supposed to go home?
Yeah.
I think foreigners see America as this big machine, and it never thinks of it as being intimate and small and special and quaint. And that's what I got today. So, apart from about 25 mosquito bites, you know. So it's a good day. Good day.
The worst the hurricanes did to Sydney May was spoil the alligator hunting season. But at McGee's Landing, David's livelihood is at stake. With only 24 hours until 100 guests arrive for the relaunch party, there's still loads to do.
Hi, Dave.
Hey, man.
How are you feeling about it? You okay? Up, down?
I'm just tired right now, man.
Yeah.
Just tired.
As far as cooking's concerned and serving, what we need is a room, a kitchen, and a bathroom that works, and we can do it easy. We haven't got any. I'm not sure whether to start in the kitchen or out in the hall. Okay. I'm gonna start moving stuff out, I think.
It's my last morning in Louisiana, but I've got 100 guests to cook for. I've offered to help out Cajun restaurateur David Allemond by cooking at his relaunch party.
It was a month today that Gustav hit this area and ripped his roof off for the third time. And actually, this will be the first time customers have been back, get some cash through the tills, and from one restaurateur to another, that'll be a bloody relief.
A full refurb will take weeks to complete, but tonight's about putting David's place back on the map. The centrepiece of our meal tonight is going to be a pork roast. It's cooked in a contraption that I've never seen before, and they call it a Cajun microwave.
Where does the heat source come? Just from the top?
What'll happen is, this thing heats up this metal,
Yeah.
and the heat goes down.
The Cajun microwave. That looks pretty good, brother. Right, so we'll let that cinder down.
And we can go and get all...
Let's get that pork
our
done.
orange ready, baby.
Yeah.
That wood over there, that barrel needs to be moved.
We need to start cooking, but after a full month trying to get this restaurant reopened, David's exhausted and struggling to focus.
Look, tell Jared not to... I told him to come pick this up, but he won't.
How do you ever pin Dave down? He's like a snake. He goes everywhere. He can't...
You can't pin him down,
Jesus.
sorry. I want you to pick up trash, Jared. Any fucking can, any piece of paper, everything, dude. I don't need to tell you what to do.
Let's go, David.
Okay, man.
Let's make this thing happen. I can feel it.
But no sooner is he back and he's off again.
Whoa! Whoa! What the...
Hillbilly. Up here. There's feet in the room. How you doing up there, boys?
Hey, you feel the hair? We all good, dog. Hey, G, you looking for that one?
You're not using some of my good knives up there, are you?
Yeah,
it's just fiberglass.
Well, yeah, but that's for food.
I've never worked in a kitchen where the air conditioning specialists are using your knife.
With the knives back with the cooks, we can finally get cracking.
Oh, yeah?
Inspired by the spicy gator sauce I made at Sydney Mays, I'm doing a roast shoulder of pork, Cajun style.
I'm gonna go heavy on bay, right? And I've done stuff before with bay, not just a little bit, but when you go a whole load.
As well as seasoning, my bay rub's got a whole load of garlic in it and vinegar.
So this is serious flavour here.
I'm going to stuff the pork with the insides of a local spicy sausage, just like the ones that I had at Kermit's New Orleans roadside barbecue.
I'm just after a tiny bit of that smoked flavour, so I don't need all of this, just need a little bit. And I'm going to poke a few holes and just put a little bit of this in, just for that smokiness. Delicious. Let's do it.
You'll have to be careful, man, because it's very hot. Oh, damn.
Thing is, it expands, doesn't it?
Oh. It's like this.
You know what? There's something about this sort of cold Cajun thing that's quite chaotic, but I sort of like it.
Fuck, man. Look, he still didn't pick up this shit.
Here he comes. If in doubt. Yeah.
Okay, let's put this stuff in real quick. We'll leave those in there for about an hour or so.
The cooking's underway and the main building work's all done. So it's time to get all hands on deck and turn this hurricane site into a working restaurant.
Oh.
The ambitious thing about this isn't cooking for 100 people a half-decent meal. The ambitious thing is cooking in a kitchen that's fucked. He loves his stuffed animals. Okay, my name's Jamie Muller, if you don't know. The whole point of this trip for me was because I wanted to get under the skin of American culture for real. And I know that I've seen it and witnessed it.
I tell you what, this guy caught on fast. You talk about a good alligator. Glad he doesn't live around here because I'd have trouble.
Okay, we got for starters, or appetizers as you call it, we've got the freshest crab. And then once you've had that, because the hurricane broke all our plates, we're going to quickly grab your plates, we're going to rush them into the dishwasher. Look, listen, you thought you were going to get slick service. This night is going to last forever. Dave, what you could do just for 5 minutes if you could, a little bit of your sauce on that crab meat.
I got it.
Just on the side. That would be beautiful, and then we're going to come around and do the salad.
Because of the hurricanes, we couldn't get enough alligator for everyone. So instead, we've got a kicking crab salad with a special spicy Cajun sauce.
Very good crab. Very good. You can tell it's freshly caught, and the sauce on top was excellent as well.
For mains, we're serving my roast shoulder of pork fresh from the Cajun microwave.
See how it just falls off the bone? That's tender. Actually smells like gumbo.
Oh, it's a wonderful evening. It's nice to see these guys getting back on their feet, and it's good. And the food's wonderful.
Louisiana is a bit like, you ever got into jelly beans? And then when you get into them, they have these little books. You open up and you do a cocktail and you put them in your gob at 1 second. And like Louisiana is you take a bit of French, a bit of English, a bit of German, a bit of Spanish, a bit of Italian, a bit of African, you roll it up, you put it in your gob, and that's Louisiana. It's like gumbo.
We're the Cypress Bottom Boys to entertain y'all with some Cajun Creole music. Thank y'all for being here.
I had no idea that this would be such a great turnout. Although I had a good feeling, I really didn't know what to expect, and I am of awe. It brings me from a real low into a major high.
My Louisiana food quest is over, and I have no doubt that whatever happens here, everyone will always feast and party in the face of disaster.
Look, as far as I'm concerned, the whole hurricane thing is crazy. If that happened to me and my family, I would be straight off. But easier said than done. And I think when you've got friends and family and a life somewhere, and it has its ups, and then every now and again its downs, I think you learn to be resilient. And I think that's what I've learned about the people, you know?
Next time, I'm no longer partying in Louisiana. Instead, I'm California dreaming.
Come on, girls, whack it!
Where I'll be throwing myself into family fiestas.
They like to dance out here.
Finding fresh flavours.
Oh, man, that is insanely good. What's it like, Viagra?
And swapping glamour.
Where's Pamela Anderson?
For gangs.
I got shot in the hand, I lost my fingers. Street life, you know, that's the life I live.
Like many Brits, my first taste of America was being taken to Disney World as a kid. 20 years on, I want to get a real taste of a country that's fascinated me ever since.
I would have never imagined to have seen this a mile away from the hotels I've been staying in.
And the only way I know how is by cooking. Tasting.
Where have you been all my life?
I accept my duty.
And getting stuck into everything stateside.
I wish we had something like this in England.
Oh my God!
Raw and uncut.
Just remember, I've got a pregnant wife and 2 kids.
And without a guidebook, I'll be on a one-man food quest.
Look at those coppers. How cool is that?
To be reborn in the US of A.
Not quite the cowboy style I was looking for.
My next stop is Los Angeles.
Where's Pamela Anderson?
A city famous for its faddy diets.
It looks like a detox drink.
But I'm finding fresh, zingy flavours in the most unexpected places.
He's basically saying this is like natural Viagra.
LA's Mexican community.
I'm not used to having these deep, meaningful, emotional conversations over enchiladas, brother.
My time here is more gangland than glamour.
There ain't no American dream out here.
But this is no film set.
He's actually facing life right now.
Leonardo's?
Yes, he's facing life.
For?
Murder.
I'm exploring America at a time of huge change. We all know there's a black president, but not only that, its second largest city, LA, has elected a Latino mayor. I'm coming to LA to learn about some of the great food in the city. I'm going into the Mexican area. Often in America and certainly back home in England, it's terrible, the Mexican food, but you know, it's very cheesy, very ricey, very stodgy. And I'm sure there's an element of that, but I really want to see real Mexican cooking. I'm not here to get palmed off with Tex-Mex. Los Angeles only became part of America 160 years ago. Before that, it was Mexican, called El Pueblo de Nostra Senora La Reina de Los Angeles. Oh, what a mouthful. I mean, if you think about it, LA used to be Mexico. You know, the Americans nicked, you know, back in the day, nicked this land from the Mexicans, really. So I'm pretty excited, actually. I'd always believed that these neighbourhoods, or barrios as they call them, which are 98% Hispanic, were absolutely no-go areas. But they offer me the opportunity to taste every region of Mexico in a few square miles. So I'm going to be staying here in the thick of it. The only way you're going to see it really probably is not going to be in a posh restaurant or something like that. It's going to be in a household. It's going to be in a proper old-school Mexican household. I've always thought of Mexicans as being big into family. And with my own clan getting bigger this year, my mind's very much on being a new dad. My first stop is a birthday party, fiesta style. Listen to that. Go on, Bennett. Sounds a bit better than karaoke in Essex. Where's Maria? 4 generations of Maria's family have gathered together to celebrate her daughter-in-law Esther's 40th.
Hi, how are you? Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
How's it going? It's a present for you, darling.
Oh,
do you want me to put it down somewhere?
Thank you.
Maria and her husband Abelardo left Mexico in the 50s, seeking a better life.
Yes. Thank you for letting us come, Maria.
That's fantastic.
How you doing, sir? Nice to meet you. Thank you for having me in your house. 60 years on, and she's still cooking the food of her homeland.
Had to be round. I don't want no hard shape.
All right, Tiger. Well, I'll see what I can do. Maria's making a family favourite, gorditas. These are like little discs, about just under a centimetre thick. So what does the word gordita mean?
Gordita is fat.
Gordo means fat.
Male or female? Or anything?
Gordita is female.
Right.
Yeah, so it's a little fat.
So they mean fat girls?
Little tiny, cute fat girls.
Chubby?
Chubby, yes.
So what do you do?
So
what's that you're putting on there, my darling?
This is queso fresco, beans, and then if you like chile.
See, that's why I love Mexican cooking. The chili. Is this for me to taste?
Yes. There's agua aquí.
Take mine.
Okay. And then you eat it, you drink.
Extraordinary. It's like it's like really posh cheese on toast with beans. I love it. What I love about great-great-grandmother Maria's party food is that it's quick, fresh, handheld, and authentically Mexican. The family love this food, including son, Abelardo Jr. The funny thing is like we're in America, yes, but I could well be in, it feels like I'm in Mexico.
Because you can't, you basically are. My father would tell us from the very beginning, en la casa son mexicanos, y afuera lo que sea. At home, you're Mexican, outside, whatever.
And the border's what, an hour and a half away?
The border's about 2 hours away. But LA to me is home because of my family, because most of my family is here. With 6 kids, you know, myself and 6 kids. Yes, and 6 grandchildren.
I'm trying to catch up.
So
I've got
forth.
3.
Well, there you go, man. You know how
I'm working hard.
You know how it's done.
The Mexican spirit. Straight into a proper Mexican family party, which is exactly what I wanted. Big families, lots of daughters, lots of cousins, aunties, all that sort of thing. They like to dance out here. I may be a token white boy, but I'm feeling really at home here. Tomorrow, I'm going to another gathering, just round the corner. But their ties are to a more infamous family, the LA Bloods gang. renting an apartment in the hills, but it's not the Hollywood Hills.
My brain's not working. Tomatoes, eggs.
I'm in LA's Mexican community.
See that silkiness?
Last night, Maria packed me off with a doggy bag, so I've got all the ingredients I need for a Latino answer to a hangover.
You can't forget the chili, just a little bit.
It's my first go at huevos rancheros, eggs ranch style. The Mexicans do use tortillas like bread, but they're a bit more adventurous with the early morning flavours. Chili sauce, tomatoes, avocado and coriander.
Tiny bit of Mexican cheese. That is up there with nearly as close as a full Monty by my mum. It's brilliant. Really good for hangover. What I loved about yesterday was, like, obviously in Mexican culture, that old, young family sort of knitted together is really important. I think there's probably a lot of people like me that kind of feel a bit guilty about mum and dad or nan and granddad kind of getting older and not being integrated. And actually, what I saw last night in Maria's family was like it was Nana. Do you know what I mean? There's nothing formal about it. That's family.
La La Land is home to more celebrity families than any other city, but it's also home to more gangs. And for some of the Mexican families who moved here in search of the American dream, life in the world's gangland capital is a bit of a nightmare.
I'm going to go and see a young guy called Rigo. He's a young Mexican chef. He's working in the Four Seasons in town, and he comes from certainly a colourful background, a lot of problems, a lot of issues, a fair bit of crime. He's invited me to a commemorative meal of his uncle that passed away, so essentially it's like a funeral meal.
When Rigo's uncle, Emmanuel, was gunned down 4 years ago, he became just another statistic in the roll call of gangland murders. They happen nearly every day in LA. This is the birthplace of the Bloods and the Crips. For the last 40 years, they've battled for control of the City of Angels. Uncle Emmanuel led a notorious division of the Bloods, but to Rigo, he was the dad he never knew.
I'm sort of half nervous. When you don't know anyone, that's kind of when you're a little bit cagey. I think it's this one. Hey, Rigo. How you doing, man?
Hey, how's it going?
You all right? Thanks for letting me come, bruv.
Oh, no problem. How's everything?
Yeah, good.
All right.
Thanks ever so much.
These are my friends right here.
How you doing? Duke. Jamie, nice to meet you.
And it's Grady.
Grady, how'd you do, man? Nice to meet you. How's it all going then?
That's good, man. We're making some enchiladas over here.
Wicked.
Yeah.
And you're cool with me to come on? I mean, this is obviously a private occasion for you today.
Oh, no problem. No problem at all.
It's like a commemoration dinner, yeah?
Yeah, this is a commemoration for my uncle Manuel. He was one of the members of the Ghost Town Bloods. And this is him right here.
He looks very similar to you, actually.
Yeah. I mean, the color that we wear and represent is red.
Oh, so that's what the...
That's what the red bandana stands for. I was wearing straight red, like a red jacket, you know, red sweatpants, red shoes. I mean, there's no way you could miss me, you know what I'm saying, and walking around these neighborhoods. And I mean, it's very lucky that I didn't get shot, you know, at those times. To tell you the truth, from the first grade, I knew what I wanted to be. You know, I wanted to be a blood, you know, I wanted to be just like my uncle.
What's first grade then? How old?
First grade, I would assume would be like 7 years old.
So at seven years old, you knew you wanted to be in a gang?
I knew I wanted to be a blood.
Is that because there's a lack of sort of like role models out here?
Opportunity, yeah.
There ain't no American dream out here.
Yeah,
that's if you don't live in Beverly Hills, man, you ain't gonna make it.
But thanks to a culinary program, Rigo's now moving with a new crowd. He's cooking breakfast for Hollywood superstars, and it's hard to imagine that 7 years ago he was selling crack and carrying a gun just like his uncle.
So was this his favourite dish?
This was one of his favorite dishes, you know. A lot of times when you know, people pass away in Mexican tradition, you know, it's very common that we have, you know, a big gathering and celebrate with food, you know. It's kind of like we celebrate, you know, their passing and going on to a better life.
Rigo's making chicken enchiladas. Enchilada means to add chili, and he's got that hit going on with the fresh salsa too.
So peppers, you've got the garlic that you peeled here.
Yeah.
These tomatoes have gone in, skin on.
Right on. Okay, then we'll go ahead and kind of taste it. I can kind of smell the heat already.
Oh man, that is insanely good. Got that blackened, charred, zingy, and the coriander's wicked.
Yeah, that's really
That's going to
nice.
be good.
Yeah, should be good.
This is a classic Mexican dish. Meat or fish, wrapped in something starchy. Think of it a little bit like a cannelloni, but instead of tomato sauce, it's doused in a zingy green salsa.
Part of you, it feels, yeah.
Yeah, these boys are going to be hungry, man.
Food offered Rigo a passport out, and he took it. But it's a different story for Duke and Grady.
I got shot in the hand, I lost my fingers. Then I got shot in the back in 2004 at a club.
So was the gang life like almost like a job? I mean, did you have to have jobs as well as gang life, or it's just gang life?
Straight gang, hustling in the streets.
So how do you make your money? Selling drugs and stuff like that?
Yeah, you know, it's street life. You know, that's the life I live.
Do you ever kind of get flashbacks onto the old life?
Yeah, I do. I have flashbacks of, you know, things that I've done in the past, or you know, getting caught by the police, or I mean, I still have flashbacks or dreams, literally, of dreams of my uncle, you know, being with me and doing certain things, and I noticed that in every single dream, it's a dream of him still alive. At his funeral, I was literally, you know, within. It's kind of emotional, but I still was praying that he would rise from his coffin, you know, that he would be alive, because I never, you know, expected that.
He was a big man to go down.
Yeah. So now we'll go ahead and add the Oaxaca cheese.
I'm not used to having these deep, meaningful, emotional conversations over enchiladas, brother. But God bless him, he'd love you for it.
Oh, yeah, man.
Should we put these bastards in the oven?
Let's do it. All right.
For all the bleakness of life in these ghettos, it's just good to see families and friends coming together over good, authentic, fresh, home-cooked food. And that can't be a bad thing, wherever you are.
All right, bow your heads, close your eyes. Lord, we come before you right now in the name of Jesus. We thank you for this day. We thank you for this food that we're blessed to have. And we thank you for the memory of Manuel Molinari. And we just thank you for the time that we had to experience with him, Lord. In the name of Jesus, we pray. Amen.
Amen. Well, I've got to be honest, I wasn't quite expecting that. He's a boy done good, and he's off drugs, off selling drugs. I can't imagine what it must be like to be born into this environment. Kind of ghettos, really, where there's families trying to be families, but you know, it's almost like if you're young, the chances of you getting in the gang is very high. It's like your fortune has been decided for you. I mean, that's the impression that I've got. I hope that Rigo Jr. makes something of his life, just like his dad. They're only little for a short time, though, right?
Yeah, they grow up really fast.
You wait 4 years and they'll be answering you back.
That's true. Come here, son. Rigo. Let's go. 1, 2, 3.
I know from my work with apprentice chefs at my charity restaurant 15 how strong the pull from the old life can be. And Rigo's still living in the same neighbourhood as when he was a gangster.
I had one student that was in one of the biggest gangs in Birmingham, and he was in London, and he was with me for 6 months, and he was brilliant. And he just got a phone call one night from someone in the family that got a bash, and I never ever saw him again. No one did. You know, very sad. Very, very sad.
I want to know how many kids like Rigo, who try to create new lives, actually pull it off. I'm going to a place called Homeboy Industries. It's a project after my own heart, because like 15, it's founded on the belief that food can break the cycle of crime. It was set up 21 years ago. The boys run the bakery, knocking out traditional celebration cakes. And the girls run the Home Girl Cafe, specialising in healthy Mexican cuisine, and that's what I'm after.
What's your name, darling?
Jocelyn.
You're Jocelyn.
Yes.
How old are you, my love?
21.
21. And this is like an incredible colour.
It's
spinach.
Spinach, mint, lime juice, and sugar and water.
That is seriously good.
Right.
How easy is it for a girl gang member to sort of break away?
The thing that made me realize the most that I needed to change was when they shot up my house and my brother.
Shot up your house?
They shot my house. So.
And did you have a child at that point?
My little brother, my sister, and my daughter. They were in the house. There was 18 bullet holes.
18 bullet holes in the door?
In the door. The kids were screaming and crying, and my grandma ran and tried to get them down to the floor, and the bullets just travel all over, you know? I mean, even when they were running out, they were shooting still the garage and everything. So that's when I realized, like, I don't want this.
And these tattoos you got around you, I mean, Leonard?
Oh yeah, this is my boyfriend, or one of my ex-boyfriends. He's actually facing life right now.
Leonard is?
Yes, he's facing life.
For?
Murder.
The dishes served here are all Mexican specialities, but their freshness and vibrance are a reminder that we're in the Sunshine State. Paddy runs the kitchen, and she's agreed to let me have a go at my very own Mexican salad. I'll be the homeboy, and Jocelyn will be my homegirl.
Never ever imagined Mexican salads could be so diverse and so exciting.
This became very Mexican. This is very popular here with us, and it is jalapeno peppers, apples, Fuji apples, and tomatillos. You know tomatillos?
Mm-hmm. It's juicy and delicious and fresh.
And it is sweet, and brings a lot of flavor to our salad.
That is amazing.
I think it goes very, very well with carnitas.
Rich pork.
Sweet apples.
Jalapeno, cilantro, that is amazing.
This is a flavor I can remember from when I was a child. This is our mole, and we make mole the traditional way. So it is an artisan job.
I love this.
Like 37 ingredients.
37 ingredients?
Yeah, at least 7, 8 different dried chilies, pecans, peanuts, sesame seed, pumpkin seeds, walnuts, pecans.
It's no surprise to me that mole includes chocolate, but I had no idea about the 36 other ingredients.
I mean, I'm tasting a side of Mexico that I'd never even thought existed. All those layers of spices and the seeds. For me, this mole, I mean, there's nothing like this in England. People would go crazy for that because the kind of cleverness and the sort of flavours that are bouncing around your mouth are very comparable to a really good curry. Can I go in your fridge and just pull some stuff out?
What are you planning to cook?
Well, like make some stuff up like you made that up.
I want my salad to have a Mexican mix of heat, freshness and crunch.
What do they call that green drink you did?
Oh, Angela's potion.
OK, I want you to make dressing instead of a drink.
Mix avocado, chili and lime.
Get your lime, and just sort of roll it and just put some weight onto it. And after a couple of minutes, then you can cut through it, just squeeze your lime into there.
Then I'm going to add salt, red onion, tomatoes, garlic and coriander, or cilantro as they call it here. Mexicans use this for a herby, citrusy flavour in all their salsas.
I might just put a little bit of mint in there as well. OK, honey, if you just put, like, that much of water into there and just liquidise it for me, is that all right? She must think I'm mad. My girl's from the hood and she's... Can you imagine? So I'm putting just a bit more lime in, because basically whatever you do for a dressing, when you put it on salad leaves, it always calms down. So you need it to be a bit cocky, and then by the time you got it on it, it's just right.
For a kind of crouton, crispy fry some sliced onions and tortillas.
OK, the moment of truth. A little bit of salt over the top.
Okay, let's do it. I'm just going to put just enough to coat, and then I'm just going to use your fingertips to dress the salad, and then I'm still making this up as I'm going along. And then to go on top, get the nice crispy bits like that. And now for the finishing touch, a nice dollop of sour cream. Let's have a little taste. Great. What do you reckon, Jocelyn?
Good, I like it. It's a good taste to it.
The Homeboy staff arrange social events on neutral turf in the middle of the urban jungle of LA. And this reminds everyone of the mission: futures, not funerals.
So many times I've been alone in my life, but now.
Right, who wants some food? Yeah, help yourself, guys.
That is amazing. Thank you.
Abajo dentro aquí de salsa en pico de gallo.
You right, man? Jamie.
Fabian.
Nice to meet you, bruv.
Juan Carlos.
Juan Carlos.
And I'm Dan.
See, I never knew that Mexicans did a lot of salads, but like looking at your menu at Homeboy, there's a whole load of Mexican salads I didn't even know about.
Right.
Yeah. And a lot of these foods are very, very traditional, antique. These foods were being made way back from our ancestors, like the mole.
Yeah.
Then you got the gorditas, then you got the sopes, and these are all the things.
I learned to make gorditas.
Yeah.
I made the other little fat girls.
Yeah.
Exactly. You call little ladies gorditas or no?
No.
It's a bit insulting.
Unless she's your wife and she's able to accept that, you know. Come here, gordita, you know what I mean? Then it's proper. But now you're not gonna try and pick up on a female leg.
No.
Come here, gordita.
Yeah.
She'll probably turn around.
Just slap you.
Yeah, look.
Fabian is a drug counsellor at Homeboy, but just 5 years ago, he was a crystal meth addict who carried an AK-47. A father of 4, he's now trying to rebuild his relationship with his children.
Are you gonna be in town for a little while?
Another 5 days.
Because I'm having this baptism, and it's a family traditional baptism. I'm baptizing my little daughter, who is 10 months. Her name is Maya. And I was wondering if maybe if you have time to stop by.
Thank you. No, mate, that's really kind of you. You know, I'd love to do that. This baptism isn't just about his daughter, it's about all of his children. And I'd like to contribute to this family occasion, so I've offered to cook for the party. I'm determined to come up with my version of a Mexican feast to remember. What a day. I feel absolutely mentally exhausted. But also they're on a journey, do you know what I mean? It's not like, oh, it's all a happy ending. You know, they're on the straight and narrow, they've done incredible things, you know, like, you know, they are achieving and they're making a better life. But, you know, that old life, that's always around the corner. But the stories, just, and also the normality of murder and killing and shooting, it's just, it's all about drugs though, isn't it? Drugs has got so much to answer for. So much. The California dream is about having it all and hitting the beach. And it's here that the macrobiotic and the Mexican diet meet with a shared love of seafood. This is a hell of a contrast for being in the hood, though, isn't it?
Yeah, all right.
Ex-gang member Rigo and I are at his favourite local beach, Redondo. This is sort of the LA that I remember seeing on the TV as a kid. Where's Pamela Anderson?
Yeah, right.
She should be around. I met Pamela Anderson once.
Oh, really?
She's getting a bit old now, but...
Yeah, right. How old is she about?
40-something.
40-something, wow.
Yeah, she still looks good, but...
Yeah, exactly.
I need to get my mind off Baywatch and get on to finding a great Mexican fish dish to cook at the baptism. What's the nicest fish you've ever caught here?
Shark.
You caught a shark?
Yeah, we made ceviche with it.
Did you?
Yeah.
Come on,
Yeah.
man, that's wicked.
I used to love fishing trips with my dad. The closest Rigo had to a dad was his uncle. He used to bring him here, and it opened Rigo's eyes to another life, one which his uncle didn't live to see him fulfill.
I got, my cousin in jail for 75 years. I got, my other uncle in jail for probably about the same time. One uncle dead. I mean, just, a lot of family members and friends that are, are locked up already or in jail.
What mentors have you got in your life now? Or positive male?
I wouldn't say I have any.
Right.
Right now.
But I guess you got kids, so you kind of got to take that role yourself, I suppose.
Exactly. Yeah, it is kind of funny, it's like you don't grow up with a dad and you have a kid and you don't have no idea how to be a dad, how to be, the best dad that you think.
Does that worry you sometimes?
It does, yeah. Because I never had an example to follow.
Yeah, this is English style. Do these things bite you? If we had to feed a family right now, our kids would be starving.
This is ridiculous. We've been trying for 2 hours, and at this rate, I'll end up having to buy some fish for our lunch.
Law of averages normally tells me to go and have a beer at this point.
Yeah, right?
Oh, they got one. Maybe
that was where we were.
You all right, mate? I don't suppose you want to sell that fish, do you? The big one, yeah?
Yeah.
Thanks, guys. That's really kind. If I catch one, I'll swap you back.
Okay, I will just call you. No, that's yours.
I was kind of romantically hoping we could catch our own. Yeah, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to do some nice fish tacos. Can I give you a job, brother?
Sure.
If you can de-seed that and finally chop that little baby.
I love the hot and crunchy mix of salads at the Homegirl restaurant, so I'm going to mix up asparagus, courgettes, radish, and not forgetting the Mexican heat.
And if I wasn't with my Mexican friend here, I'd say go easy on the chili and add it to your taste, but I know he's going to be into the spice. Okay. And so I'm just going to put this, got these lovely little Mexican limes going. I'm going to dress it with a little oil. Yeah, you want to season that up, brother?
Sure.
Mexican style-y.
I'm wondering whether there's a celebration fish recipe that might be good for the baptism party.
Do Mexicans like their fish?
Oh, yeah, they love fish, man.
So what's the big ways of having fish in?
Maybe, on a nice cold day, we'll get a siete mares soup or a fish soup or something like that. And basically, they'll cook it in a stew with tomato juice in it, and they'll add 7 different type of fish.
Sounds amazing.
But we've only got one fish, mackerel, and I'm going to season it up.
Yeah. Right, let's cook these little babies. Look at them. I'm going to go skin side down. You can see it bending up like that. Let's have a little look at this stuff. Look at that.
Slid right out.
That is perfect. That's just what I wanted.
I'm using traditional wheat tortillas, which soften when they're heated. Those hard shell ones are a more recent American invention, but everyone adds avocado and sour cream.
And then take a little bit of our fish, like that.
Then pile on the salad, a bit of coriander and some radish.
A little bit of chili sauce, just to remind you that we're addicted. And it's that fresh bit of lime juice. For me, that's what I've learned about Mexican food. Just that little bit of life at the end. I mean, just look at that.
Yeah, that's nice.
That is a mouthful, man. That is a mouthful of heaven. Tell me what you think, man. I hope you like it. Got it going?
I never thought mackerel would taste like that. It's really good, man. The skin is nice and crispy. It's really nice.
Yeah. I've got to try and get this in my gob. I'm really pleased with that. We got to go and give one to one of those boys.
Oh, that's right.
Right.
Forgot all about him.
Let's get these Chinese boys. Let's get them going, man.
Mexican style.
Yeah. Yeah, mate.
Oh, what's this?
This is your little lunch snack. Thank you very much for letting us have your fish.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Right. Enjoy it.
As I head back to the Mexican enclave, it feels like I'm crossing a border, not a freeway. And I'm feeling a long way from home right now. Hanging out with Rigo has got me thinking about being a dad, so I've put a call into back home.
So stand up, put your open your hands out and sort of put them at the same height as your head.
Being a responsible father can sometimes be hard work.
Bend forward, tuck your head under, and the rest will sort itself out. You have to live differently when you've got kids, you know. So when I had kids, it made me stop driving my scooter. It's sort of, you know, it kind of makes you look at things you do, the way you act. I try really hard. I've got a lot to make up. I'm a weekend dad, aren't I? So, you know, you kind of got the guilt of not seeing them on Monday to Friday. But I don't think it'll always be like that. But, you know, I do worry that you miss their best little bits and all the little bits.
Ex-drug addict and gang member Fabian has a lot of guilt about not being there for his kids when they were young. I want to show my support to Fabian and his family, so I'm going to dedicate the rest of my time here to researching the best Mexican feast ever, to cook up at the baptism party.
Wow, I'm really into that. Oh my Lord. There's some killer chili sauces going on here. It's just smoky and sweet. Can I have a beer, please? Imagine putting that in a stew, like a mole or something like that. No beer.
I've decided to cook my version of the Siete Mare, the Seven Seas soup that Rigo suggested. But there's one key ingredient that I've never used before.
This is probably the weirdest shopping I've ever done. Basically, I'm in the middle of LA and I'm going to a cactus farm. Ah, no way. That is the most surreal thing I've ever seen. Oh, have a look at this. This is ridiculous. Oh my Lord. Hello.
Morning.
Good morning. Cutting the spikes off. Excuse me, how do you cook? How do you...
¿Cómo los cocinas?
Yeah, come la cucina. That's Italiano, huh? Come la cucina?
¿Cómo los cocinas?
Español, eh?
Cocina. Con huevo.
Huevo with eggs?
Eggs.
Tagliate?
Yeah.
Fish.
Fish? I never used it. I never cooked with it in my life.
Vinieron.
Sí.
You can eat this raw?
Yeah.
It's the most extraordinary flavour. On the outside, it feels like a runner bean. On the inside, it kind of feels like a cucumber, but it tastes completely different. It's like it's a little bit like a underripe tomato meets a cucumber meets a slap of spinach meets squeeze a lime. It's delicious. It's really, really weird.
Yeah, it's good for the stomach.
It's good for the
Stomach, yeah. Los digestión.
digestion. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
If I can take, I'll buy this like this, but also can I buy some whole ones as well? Yeah, I'll take some. I'm quite looking forward to cooking them actually. By the sounds of it, you could use it for everything. Sounds great. It's like I kind of use it like a zucchini. I could use it like a bean, runner bean.
My next stop is also off the radar. I'm going to a swap meet, which is like a huge Mexican flea market, and you can get everything from piñatas to peppers.
Excuse me, do you speak English? No. What is this?
Go ahead, try one.
What's it called?
Wacky.
Wacky.
It's good for your,
He's basically saying this is like natural Viagra.
Yeah.
Well, I only have one more, otherwise I'm going to get in trouble. It's nice. It's slightly garlicky. It's nice.
You like it?
Yeah, I do like it.
I'm really into the Mexican use of chilies, nuts and chocolate, and I have an idea for a mole-inspired tart.
Ah, peanuts. Cilantro. Let's get some nice chilies.
It's very hot.
All right, we'll go for a bit of those. I like these ones. These ones got a really sort of slightly apricot-y taste, but they're bloody hot.
This one is new for you.
No, that doesn't look like anything.
Mexican, yeah. That is.
That doesn't look like the things I'm trying to.
Mezcal.
Mezcal.
You take it maybe later.
Oh really?
Something.
Some.
Cerveza.
What do? You eat it?
Yeah. Don't worry.
What's it like? Viagra?
No Viagra. No Viagra. Something chicle. Gum. Yeah.
Yeah, it really tastes like shit.
She may have told me its name, but she failed to mention that it's a cactus fungus, which in the Mexican community is used as a legal high.
What is this, darling, that I'm eating?
Mezcal.
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 I think that stuff's starting to send me a little bit mad. I'm starting to hallucinate. I can't even say it. Right, what am I doing? Oh, limes. Look at these two. They're beautiful. Beautiful. Oh, man. A little bit trippy.
It's the morning of the baptism, and while Fabian's getting Maya ready for her big day, I've already started on a big surprise for the kids.
Look at that. This is a piñata. It's basically like a Mexican giant Christmas cracker, which is brilliant. I've definitely been a minority. In actual fact, for the whole time I've been here, it was only yesterday when I actually went out of the little Mexico and actually felt that I wasn't in Mexico, do you know what I mean? Okay.
I've come up with a chocolate tart to rival Homeboy Bakery, and it's all about the mole-inspired dusting.
The chocolate mole is kind of the way I'm going to finish it, actually. It's a cocoa dusting that I'm going to put on the top so you get that sort of spice.
For the tart filling, melt 200 grams of good chocolate with 150 grams of butter and a pinch of salt.
And actually, if you look at Mexican food, there's like little salt hits. So you literally...
I'm going to give that short crust pastry tart a nice gooey caramel base.
There's something about hazelnuts and caramel. It's just such a great combination.
Whiz up 3 eggs and 50 grams of sugar until frothy. Boil to a syrup 150 grams of sugar with 75 grams of water, and then add to the frothy eggs with the chocolate.
I mean, look at that. That has got to be the best sight in the world, isn't it? And then, as soon as you've got that nicely mixed, goes on like this.
They're ready for cooking, so I can get going with the dusting, which is inspired by the homegirl mole. I really love that brave blend of sweet and savoury spices.
I'm going to put a little bit of cinnamon, a couple of cloves, tiny bit of coriander seeds, a little bit of dried chilli. You know, because actually chilli and chocolate, even if you never tried it, trust me, chilli and chocolate rocks. I just want to bash these up.
Orange zest, sugar and salt. And that's ready to dust the tart when I get there.
If you taste it, you've got chocolate, but there's other little bits of funky stuff going on that right? And before you think that'd be horrible, when you got it around that little beautiful thing, it's going to rock and roll. And I'll serve that with some sour cream, which is a big Mexican thing as well. It'll be fantastic.
I'll be cooking my version of the fish soup of the 7 seas with cactus in front of the guests.
Right, semi-smart.
But right now I need to focus on getting to the church on time.
Should be good. Oh, that's just typical. I tread in dog shit on the way to a christening. Filthy, disgusting.
Since I arrived in LA, I've seen many sides of Mexican family life, from a celebration of birth to a celebration of death. And now, a celebration of new life. Fabian's daughter Maya is one of 276 babies booked in to get baptized this morning.
Name, nombre? Maya. Maya. Yo te bautizo en el nombre del Padre y del Espíritu Santo. Repitan conmigo, bendito sea Dios. Bendito sea Dios. Maya, por esta unción santa que yo te hace sacerdote. Gracias.
2/3 of babies born in this city are Latino.
Okay, yeah. She was so good in the church. You were so good in the church, weren't you, huh? My little girls, they would have been going crazy. But thank you for letting me come anyway. You want to learn to make a beautiful Mexican fish soup?
I've recruited Fabian's sons as my homeboys.
Pour that in there. Just hold it in and move it around until I say stop.
Spin.
You won't believe how quickly we cook this. Okay, swap. Now you add that.
To start with, get some oil and roughly chopped garlic going.
Daddy, what's that for?
That's gas, Daddy.
Now don't get too near this, kids. This is hot, yeah? You tell your boys this is hot, brother.
Yeah, it's hot, so stay back.
Oh, thought he was going to say Mexican. Okay, kids. These are mussels. Keep stirring, brother.
A generous splash of tequila, and then for another Mexican kick, chili. It's been in every dish.
Fresh chilies, that's what that is.
This recipe mixes 7 different local fish, topped with a big handful of coriander.
I'm gonna put tomatoes in. This is gonna make it much sweeter.
I'm using the cactus I got from the farm.
A little bit of lime juice. And we're nearly there. It's gonna be good, man. Oh! That's gonna be good. I'm so pleased with that. I'm telling you. You all right, darling? 3 minutes. She keeps checking when it's gonna be ready. 3 minutes.
I'm really happy with it, but the real boss in Fabian's household is his mum.
Lime. See, that's what I love about Mexicans, man. They always want that little bit of crunch, that bit of chili, that bit of lemon, that little bit of lime.
Okay,
but that's true. Okay. That's what it's about.
I taste it?
Yeah. You like it?
Yeah.
Nice flavors?
Good flavor.
So we got this nice mole seasoning. Look at that. See, like the chocolate, you got the crisp top, caramel and hazelnuts in the bottom. That's a definite winner. Have you been licking in there already? There we go. Have you got a little bit of that chocolate cake around your face? Where are you going? Where are you going? Have you got chocolate cake on your face?
All right, first up, batter up.
Come on, kids, let's go. Hey! Oh! We are now smashing up the piñata. It is very beautiful. Kids love it. Look at this one. Look at this cute little kid. This is where all the gang stuff starts, I'm sure. Come on, girls, whack it. Go on, kids. Go on, Fabian. I've been in East LA, I've been in the hood with the boys, with the families. It's a part of LA that I used to be scared to go to, and I'm not now. This week has been learning about kind of chains of behaviour and actions, do you know what I mean? And that chains can be broken, but the odds are against you. If you look at people like Fabian and Rigo and everyone that's sort of, you know, Homeboy, that are making change, you know, it is about getting out. It's about seeing round the corner.
Next time,
I've never seen anything like this.
I'm heading out of the city and I'm going in search of Native American cooking.
Don't laugh at me, Faith.
On the Navajo Reservation, I'll be getting down to the bare bones.
This is a completely different style of butchery than I'm used to.
Of a way of life on the brink of extinction.
Sounds like my students' common room.
And discovering for myself how tradition is everything.
If I made you a round dumpling, would you eat it?
No.
Like many Brits, my first taste of America was being taken to Disney World as a kid. 20 years on, I want to get a real taste of a country that's fascinated me ever since.
I'm not used to having these deep, meaningful, emotional conversations over enchiladas, brother.
And the only way I know how is by cooking.
Would you like me to cut some onion for you?
Do you know how?
Tasting.
Wow, I love it.
And getting stuck into everything stateside. Raw and uncut, and without a guidebook.
Excuse me, do you speak English?
I'll be on a one-man food quest.
It's all alive.
To be reborn in the US of A.
Look at this.
On my next stop, I'm going native.
Smells like my students' common room.
On the Navajo Indian Reservation.
Wait. No.
I'll be trying to discover the original American cooking.
Don't laugh at me, Clay.
Doing my best to blend in.
How do you feel about my dumpling?
It's good.
I dumped a whole pot.
And sampling the delights of a traditional grill.
I've never been to a barbecue where you get grilled penis and grilled balls.
Okay, well, this may be your day.
I'm entering the Navajo Indian Reservation deep in the American Southwest. I'm here to discover America's oldest cuisine, one that's on the brink of extinction.
And I suppose from my point of view, and the reason why I've come here is, you know, the native Indians of America are the original inhabitants. So therefore, if you really want to get a signpost or a taste of what the original American food is, this is going to be where it's at.
The Navajo Reservation is the largest area managed by the Native Americans in the US. The tribes have lived on the res ever since the government seized their land in the 1860s.
My expectation, I don't know. I've only ever seen the movies, Cowboys and Indians. I know we weren't very nice to them. I ain't ever done nothing like this before. You know, there's elements of back home in other parts of America that I've been to, little reminders of home. But I've never seen anything like this. Oh my Lord.
I'm basing myself in a typical Navajo village. It's called Tees Nos Pos, and that means trees in a circle. But there's not much evidence of it.
I can't believe they got sleeping policemen in Navajo country. What's all that about? Hello.
Hello,
Roy?
I'm staying with the recently elected mayor. Roy Cady's a man after my own heart, voted in on a radical promise to protect the Navajo food and culture.
As you see, I'm wearing moccasins. This is a gift from us.
Oh wow!
And
are these proper? These are
the proper attire to wear here, because we want you to reconnect to the earth. So are you ready to eat, or what are you?
Yeah, man, definitely.
Roy's going to give me a crash course in a cuisine that's on the brink of extinction.
And then this here is the sumac soup. It's like a
quite
porridge.
Gelatinous. It's like a...
Yes. You boil it.
This may look as unappetizing as cold tinned tomato soup, but it's actually delicious. It's a delicacy of pureed local sumac berries.
It's got like an incredible sweet and sour taste. You know, like kind of tutti fruity. It really gives a sort of fragrant sweetness. How unusual.
And that's the blue corn pancakes.
Oh, wow.
And we use goat milk or sheep's milk.
Right.
So it's a milk pancake.
Even the Navajo corn's different. For starters, it's blue, and it's got a sweeter taste than the yellow corn that we're used to.
It's delicious.
Mm-hmm.
Very delicious.
Yes.
Shall I get these shoes on?
Oh, yes.
They look pretty funky.
Yep. That looks great on you.
Yeah.
Yeah. The elders always say moccasins can outrun Carl Lewis. And so that's why they wear it.
It's like, I feel I'm in a bubble. This ain't the America I've ever seen. This is a different place. A different place. The Navajo used to be great farmers before the US government of old nicked all the most fertile land. And I mean this not in a sort of a derogatory way, but, you know, it does look third world. You know, it reminds me of parts of South Africa I've been to, near shanty towns and stuff like that. And it's cold. I've got like 20 layers on today. It's the start of the Navajo winter, where overnight temperatures drop well below freezing. Happily, my new buddies offered to tuck me up for the night. Some Navajos still live in these traditional hogans, and if I'm going to learn about their food, I want to understand how they live.
Yep, and so you can already kind of feel the heat here.
Mate, I'm loving it.
Yep,
I'm loving
and we'll
my new
keep some
one.
more.
I want to build one of these in Essex.
You should.
What do I do with these, brother?
If you can tell the head from the tail, you arrange it to where you sleep towards the tail.
So I put my head near its bum?
Yeah, you smell the bum all night long.
Yeah. It turns out that booze is banned on the reservation, so instead, for a nightcap, it's time for Roy to spark one up.
And so why don't I just go ahead and light this pipe?
It's a potent mix of legally grown plants, including mint and lavender, along with some other secret ingredients.
Smells like my students' common room. Did you just blow that on your T-shirt? Mm-hmm. Do I have to do the same? Mm-hmm. I don't know what to do.
You can inhale some, and you can blow the smoke on yourself, down your T-shirt. And so it's basically just a blessing to yourself. It's to rejuvenate the soul and also the mind, the spirit, and to help you sleep well.
It's a really beautiful place. I'm quite looking forward to sleeping here tonight. You know, it's just not British, is it? It's just not British. But, no, it's easy to giggle when someone goes into something. You know, when he does all the blessings and talks about Mother Earth and, you know, I mean, I think what I'm trying to do is just shut up and learn, and yeah, a lot of it's quite culture shock to me, but I'm up for it. I'm gonna dig it. I'm gonna open my eyes and I'm gonna listen. So yeah, this is cool. It'd be nice if this place had a toilet.
Oh, I went to bed at 9 o'clock last night. It's now 6 in the morning. I had to get up and have a pee 3 times, but and light the fire 4 times. The best night's sleep I've had in 10 years. I swear to you, the best night's sleep.
But there's no time to enjoy my first ever lie-in in the mud hut. Roy wants me to be ready for sunrise.
And most importantly, for a man of my stature. Here we go. Eye hydrator. And I swear to you, right, I am not a vain man. I just like to look after myself. That is a secret of my success. Oh. Who's that? Is that you, Roy? Hi, man. Am I right just to brush my teeth?
Roy starts every day with prayers to the Navajo gods.
This is a morning offering that we do every day.
So an offering, so you give something?
Exactly, so we offer corn again. White corn represents us as male figures. Yellow corn represents the female. And so we face to the east, and then we invite the fresh, clean air into our system.
Do I have to do this?
Mm-hmm. And then you release it.
I'm going to be a bit rubbish,
Please,
but my prayers might get better as the week goes on.
Oh, wonderful, yes.
Okay. I just want to say hello to all the deities. If you can all look after us today, help us to understand your people. Ideally not too cold, if that's possible. Find some nice food, and most of all, have lots of fun. Love and fun.
Yes.
Walk in beauty. That's all right, isn't it?
Wonderful.
Not bad for a first day, is it?
Beautiful, yes.
Thanks, mate. In actual fact, my trip here is actually something that I always wanted to do. Like, all my mates went travelling when they were sort of 16, 17, 18 on those tickets that go around the world, shagging and getting drunk and all sorts of stuff. And my old man was very, very adamant that cooking's a young boy's game and I should keep in the kitchen. So while I was getting phone calls from my mates, pulling all the girls in parts of America and Cuba, I was in a basement of the Neal Street restaurant in Covent Garden. But, you know, I wouldn't change it for the world, but this is my time now.
When I'm in a new area, I always try and visit local chefs. But in my time on the reservation, I haven't seen a single Navajo restaurant. Instead, Roy suggested that I meet Luva Dahuzi, a food campaigner and author of the first Navajo cookbook. She's the closest thing to a Navajo Nigella.
Hi, are you Luva? Thank you for seeing me.
All right, well, come over here. You're going to get to see my girls in here, okay?
Hello, girls.
Oh, hello. Okay, hello.
How are you?
Just fine.
Nice to meet you.
Yes,
How'd you do?
welcome to the Navajo Nation.
Yeah.
Luva can remember when the government tried to strip the traditional food culture from the Navajo once and for all.
Before in the 30s, 1930s, they did a reduction on the livestock. The government did that. The United States government came because they were saying that the Navajos are overgrazing.
How can you overgraze? This big. How can it be overgrazed? It's the biggest amount of space I've ever seen.
I was just a little girl. I've seen it. I was told not to look at it, but I did. I always sneak off and look at it. And they shot all the sheep and they shot them and then they put gas on them and burned them.
Really? Didn't even eat them?
I saw my grandfather, my grandmother, everybody
crying
because that's what they did. That they did the same thing to the horses and the cows.
So before they did that, the Navajos were fully independent, fully healthy,
yes,
and they lived off the land.
Yes. Today it has changed. Everything has changed. Everybody is going to the Walmart and the supermarkets.
But no supermarket shopping for Luva. She uses old Navajo ingredients like cedar ash, which she makes soups with.
We're going to put the ash about, let's see, ash.
So the ash goes in the bowl.
And then you.
So this is, this is very interesting. This.
And then you mix it like this. Just mix it with water.
Weird as it may seem, adding ash to the corn helps to release the essential vitamins that are good for you. All the same, I can't believe it's going to taste good.
We've got about 2 litres of water in here with a teaspoon and a bit of ash in it, which I've never heard of before, but I'm with you,
Now I'm going to take the corn.
More water.
Corn in cold water.
I'll be your whisker.
Okay.
So you got like a slop here now,
and then
in here, it's got the most wonderful smell, like malty, sweet. Well, I've never made a dish like this before. So basically we're making like a cross between a porridge and a polenta.
Yes.
All it's thickened straight away, look at that.
The next dish is a bit closer to home, which is a bit of a relief.
Okay, so we got, what's that, lamb mince?
This is just beef. just beef. We put some onions in it, and then we put the chili.
And this is hot chili or sweet chili?
Hot chili.
Now this dish sounds exciting. What is this dish? It's like a beef chili?
Chili beans. Yes.
Come on, all right, lovely. Luva used to sell what she cooked from a concession stand outside the front of her house until it was closed down by the authorities.
It was clean in there. We cleaned everything. And then the public health came and said that it was unclean for people to eat.
But they were wrong.
On the dirt. And that's all the...
Oh, they're not allowed to eat it on the dirt?
Yeah, and that's the only way we Navajos have lived all our lives eating on the dirt.
Yeah.
Okay.
You want the chili going in, my darling? I just know that this is going to be delicious.
Okay.
I just know it. Finally, the chilies and the beef go in with the pinto beans, a local staple that look like bolotti beans, but they have an earthier taste.
I pray this in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Yeah.
Just help yourself. Everybody.
Time to tuck into Luva's chili beans and cedar ash and corn mush soup.
The way you want to eat.
This soup is fascinating. It's almost like gelatinous. This reminds me of semolina in England. It's delicious.
It's delicious, yes.
Very simple, very clean, but delicious. Wow, look at this. Those beans are absolutely killer. They're so good. They're so good. The beginnings of American civilization was based on these incredible people that lived off the land, respected it, and ate well. You know. It's such an extreme modern-day America. You know, junk food city, overweight, obese people everywhere. In actual fact, you know what? There's so much to celebrate in America. It's such a wonderful country. But Americans know that they're in the shit. They know that their health is so bad that they probably don't know yet that a lot can be learnt from the people that they stole the country from. As well as being the local mayor, Roy Cady runs the sheep farm that he grew up on. He's dedicated his life to preserving the Churro sheep, the breed that Luva saw being exterminated as a child.
We say sheep is life because it's a life giver. It also, nutritionally, it makes us stronger. And so we care for them.
Yeah.
And in turn, they care for us.
So massive respect to the,
exactly.
to the food that you eat. I feel like I've gone to Bethlehem.
Oh, wonderful.
Roy's is like a commune for woolly animals. Goats, alpacas and sheep.
A lot of this particular breed of sheep, they just drove them and just shot them in the millions.
So the sheep were quite representative to them. They obviously knew, I guess they knew it was important to you, really, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
You're not considered a true Navajo unless you know how to butcher a sheep the traditional way, a method that I've been warned I might find shocking.
But, there's a couple here.
That's a clever bit of kit.
Do one rat. Okay.
How do I say hello?
Yate.
Yate.
You shake their hands.
Two village elders, Ella and Faye, are here to carry out the ceremonial rites of slaughter. What are you doing there, Roy?
She's blessing the sheep and she's in letting it know that this is the purpose for his life and for helping us.
It's such an incredibly subservient animal, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
I noticed that I'm looking rather good in my moccasins while your friend there's wearing Nikes.
I know. She likes to wear Nikes because...
Make her run fast.
Yeah.
There you go. Happy days. Merry Christmas. Thank you. Interesting.
See, that is our rib.
When we butcher ours, we would just have the rib and then attach the eye meat like a handle.
Sure.
Can I have a go?
Please.
Yeah.
Wait, no.
You break it first. Say oat, Jamie. Say oat.
Oat. That means yes.
Yes.
Yes. Oat.
Oat.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
This is a completely different style of butchery than I'm used to. Oh wow, look at this bread. Is this a bread?
Yeah, that's a dough, and she's gonna make tortillas to go with the mutton.
The purplish blue corn gives the tortillas a sweeter flavour.
What, 50% flour, 50% corn?
Yeah, there's a mixture of half and half in there.
She's got to teach me how to do this. She'll start telling me off in a minute. Don't laugh at me, Faye. Come on, darling. What's she saying? She sounds like she's taking the mickey.
Woo, look at that one.
That's all right, isn't it? I want to take Faye home with me.
Yes.
To England.
Does she fancy
a toy boy? Mind you, you wouldn't want to get in a doghouse. You'd end up strung up like that there.
Wow.
It's freezing cold, not exactly the weather for cooking outside. But there's nothing like a Navajo barbecue. Small intestines, heart, bitter lungs, stuff to put hairs on your chest.
What about the penis? You've got the balls. What about the... What do you do?
Oh, those are all you cook them and you eat them.
I've never been to a barbecue where you get grilled penis and grilled balls.
Oh, okay. Well, this may be your day.
Yeah.
Who knows?
That is old school. You know, what a pleasure. It's old school. I mean, how bonkers is this? How wonderful is this? I mean, wow. Now you're talking. Is this common with the younger Navajo now?
It's not common as we want it to be. They prefer burgers and fries and Taco Bell and fast food. The indigenous people here, the native people here in America, have the highest epidemic of diabetes.
Really?
And so the majority of them are the youth.
What about obesity?
Obesity is the same. You know, there's a lot of obese children, and everything has just become so convenient for us that, that you know, they don't have self-identity in any sense.
You know, this is kind of where it all began, really. Tribes of Indians that lived off the land, but the new generation of Navajo, they're moving, you know, away from the sort of the old ways to being westernized, and you know, and at the same time, they're becoming the most unhealthy people in America.
That's the blood sausage.
Wow. Bless your heart. It's like black pudding.
You can put a little salt on it if you want.
It's good. Did you put any bran or flour into it?
You put the cornmeal.
That's what I can taste.
Yes.
Jamie,
George, yeah?
Roy wants the local kids to learn the food traditions of the village elders, a kind of Navajo food preservation society.
So, Roy, I mean, how is your people going to address getting the young people back to some of their roots?
Our plan is to start cooking for them again, and also even getting them to garden, some of them. And
so growing's important to you?
Exactly. I would like for you to sort of help me excite the youth so that they can see and they can taste some of the wonderful products that you can produce. And so if you could just help us, that would be so awesome.
Normally I do it in my own country, but it would be my pleasure to do it with you. What fast food restaurants are we talking about? Shout out some names.
Sonics, KFC, Taco Bell, McDonald's.
What? Just tell me this one thing. I mean, I don't know how closely you feel emotionally with your ancestry or the Navajo way, but it kind of seems to me that you're quite excited about the Burger Kings, the Pizza Huts, the KFCs. If there was a Navajo fast food restaurant, would you go to that?
Yes.
So I think, you know, I think what happens is the fast food restaurants are really funky and quick.
Yes.
And then there's us lot, and it's kind of like two different worlds.
Yeah.
And one's kind of exciting, and one seems a little worthy.
Yeah.
So what we're going to do is make it funky. Me and Roy are going to funk it up a bit.
Yeah.
As the school's right next door to Roy's farm, he wants to get the kids involved in a project to grow their own alternative to fast food.
So where's it going to go then?
Just right where that goat is walking.
Oh.
Small food-producing gardens, a bit like allotments, were a crucial part of Native American life. Now Roy's hoping to rekindle that tradition with the help of 21st century gardening techniques.
Well, the greenhouse is about 20 foot
Right.
wide, and then the height is the same.
So really, by the end of this week, you're going to have a brand new greenhouse.
Exactly.
Planting,
Yes,
growing. You're
yes.
going to plant up this field.
Yes.
You're going to be doing cooking. The elders will obviously get involved.
Exactly.
So a lot's got to happen here in the
Oh, a
next
lot's
few
going to
weeks.
happen. We're excited, and we're just really looking forward to this, this project.
Should we get back to the lady? I'm going to devote the rest of my time here to helping Roy get that desert flowering again. At the end of the day, it's kind of like we're always moving on in life, aren't we? Everything's always evolving. But you do need people like Roy, locally, all over the world, to sort of say, hey, just a minute, like, wait up. Don't forget all this stuff, this was quite good, you know. I'm travelling across the Navajo Reservation, helping local Mayor Roy Cady get the younger generation back into native food.
I can really relate to what Roy's doing. You know, he wants to inspire the kids, he wants them to live better lives, he wants them to be healthier. I think the difference for Roy is that, you know, the people of England aren't a sort of small ethnic minority that have been sort of pushed around a bit, you know? I mean, Roy's really trying to save the Navajo ways.
I've been looking for a good local restaurant, but to find one, I've had to come off the reservation, which is the size of Scotland, and get back into mainstream USA. Despite nearly 40% of the population being Native American, the town of Gallup doesn't have a single Navajo restaurant. Instead, there are hundreds of fast food and foreign outlets. Some of the most successful are Mexican.
And I think what's quite interesting is if you look at the pantry of native Indian cooking and Mexican cooking, you know, the use of grains, herbs, spice, flatbreads, they're really quite similar. Yet Mexican food is going from strength to strength and people are digging it. And the Indian cooking is struggling, you know, it's really struggling. And I want to see why. Why is this?
El Metate, much loved for the classic Mexican street snacks called tamales, is owned by Rebecca Rodriguez.
I don't see, I've never been in a Navajo restaurant here.
It's strange, isn't
That's strange, yes, because we use a lot of the same ingredients, garlic, chili.
Do you think it's because the Navajo people, it's harder for them to set up business, or?
I don't think so, because we can do it, they can do it, but they keep the tradition too close to them.
Really?
Yes.
That's interesting. So
and we want to bring our tradition from Mexico, so.
So what you're saying is that the Navajo or the Indian reservations keep their culture close and precious and try to protect it.
Yeah, I think
and then the
they
Mexican
too.
people just get out there and celebrate it.
Yes.
And want to share it.
Yes.
You're going to teach me tamales?
Yes.
I've always wanted to make tamales.
This is la seca.
This is corn maze, yeah?
Yes, corn.
Start by adding a little baking powder to a dough of flour and cornmeal. Then add lard and a little water to bind together.
This is the exciting bit, because I've never done this before.
So we put it in here.
The corn dough goes into corn husks, which have been softened in water.
Oh, don't laugh. I'm a tamale virgin.
The 50-50 mix of corn and flour is the same as the Navajo tortillas that I made at Roy's.
I think that's what I've learnt about the Navajo, actually. I mean, is they use everything. Everything. I mean, I grew sweet corn this year. I threw away the husks, but never again. Never, ever again. Good?
That's good.
Next, a filling of slow-cooked pork in a sauce of garlic, herbs and tomatoes.
May I?
Oh, and about 30 chilies.
Oh, I see. And when it cooks, does it peel away? You peel it away from the skin?
Yes. Okay, let's put it. Oh, you did good.
Thank you very much. I was taught by the best.
After they're cooked for about 40 minutes in a steamer, I can finally get my hands on one.
So you peel it off like this?
Yes.
Unravel it?
They're good, huh?
Oh my Lord. Where have you been all my life? I want to can I take you home to England with me?
Sure.
Would your husband mind?
Oh, no.
Let's go, pack your bags. We know the Navajos are like, can do it. We know they can cook. We know they've got produce. We know they've got, you know, culture and history. We know that they like to look after people. Why are they not, I don't know, why are they not celebrating their food in a way that, you know, because at the end of the day, like, to keep food alive, you know, restaurants are like plugging a guitar into an amplifier. It lets everyone hear it, do you know what I mean? Thinking back to the kids in the school, you know, Taco Bell, Mackie D's, KFC, yeah, they love that whole kind of funked up, branded, fast, handheld food. And, you know, I'm just sort of thinking those tamales with the purple corn from the Navajo, using their lamb, slow cooked till it pulls apart, do some clever stuff with spice. I think I'm going to do something like that with the kids.
I never thought that coming here to learn about food was going to be such a history lesson, but now I've got a taste for it. The Navajo problems started in the 1860s, when they were driven from their land and put in concentration camps. Eventually, regional peace treaties were struck up by a series of tribal leaders, including one called Peshlakai et City. Now, I'm going to meet his grandson.
So I'm pretty excited. I'm going to go and meet a guy now who's a hunter, and he's lived out in the wilderness for most of his life in a place called the Painted Desert because of all the beautiful colours of the rocks and stuff like that when the sun comes down. And then in the morning, I'm going to wake up really early, and they've got this crazy way of catching rabbits. And rabbits is like a big deal out here. And I should also get a feeling for, you know, how the Navajo used to hunt and gather their food, which is, you know, this is what it's all about.
By the time I arrive, it's pitch black and absolutely freezing. But I'm told that in daylight, you can't move for rabbits out here.
James! Hello, I'm Jamie. How you doing?
Real good, real good.
James Peshlakai and his wife May are putting me up in the same spot of desert that James grew up in over 60 years ago.
You're welcome to sit down and have some food there. I did prepare some stew and tortilla.
So what stew have you made?
Beef.
Yes.
Great.
Beef stew.
How cool. Well, thank you very much.
You're most welcome.
I'm very excited to go hunting with you tomorrow.
Yeah.
James grew up living off the land.
When I started working for the Navajo Police Department, that's when I started traveling out into the Navajo country. Things started changing. The trading posts started carrying groceries, goods that were catered to tourism, for tourist trade. So everything became more
junk food.
Yes, and the Navajo started eating these things. One of the things that I live on was Vienna sausage, hot dogs, bologna, and
so you went from being like a hunter's son and a hunter to eating bologna and hot dogs. Did that personally affect your health?
Oh, yes.
Did you have
3 bypasses?
You have?
Triple bypass. And I'm on my 3rd pacemaker.
Are you being serious?
Serious.
Wow.
It was interesting sort of listening to him saying that, you know, I used to be a hunter, but even I'm guilty of succumbing to sort of, you know, fast food and the hot dogs, all that sort of stuff, and regrets it now, you know. He's back to Navajo food and Navajo way of life now, because he wants to get rebalanced, you know.
Oh my Lord. Oh dear, so cold last night. I got 4 t-shirts on, 1 shirt, 1 jumper, and a body warmer, and I'm still feeling freezing. But it was worth it. Look at this. Wow. I've never really done anything like this before, where it's kind of wilderness like this, separated from other people as this. We've got a satellite phone just so I can touch base with the wife, but that kind of pops in and pops out, so even that's unreliable. So, you know, it's kind of no connection with the real world, really, or my real world, and it's kind of uncomfortable for a bit. You get a bit nervous because there's, you know, I'm the worst on my crackberry, do you know what I mean? Someone asks me a question, it's bosh, straight back again. And it's just nice to relax, really. I could appreciate a bit more heat. Hey, James. Morning.
James and his mate Freddie are prepping the old-school Navajo hunting gear, a long, thin stick with pine resin at the end.
And then all they do is just stick that sticky stick into the hole after the rabbit. Once you touch it, you feel it. You twist it, and then the hair gets caught first. Then the skin, you roll up the skin, and then you pull the whole rabbit out, alive.
So where are we going, James?
Follow the road. We'll go to those rocks. Take this road, turn left, right.
I love the way you say take this road and point to the wilderness.
Let's look for tracks. Ako nahasarishi.
So there's rabbits nearby?
There's rabbits here.
Is there anything out here that'll eat us? Bears, tigers?
No. Just coyotes, bobcats.
Normal rabbit hunting that we do in England is either with a lamp and a gun, or just a gun, or snare. It's like going fishing, really, but for rabbits.
So where are all these rabbits, then? Over here?
Somebody came through here with a dog this morning. Got the rabbits hiding.
Maybe over there.
No tracks here.
Perhaps they were never here.
No rabbits. Who's eating them all? Should we go to KFC? Should we go and buy some rabbits then?
Huh?
Should we go buy some rabbits?
He already did.
Oh, you got some?
Yeah, Saturday and Sunday.
Oh, you've caught them?
Yeah, thanks, boys. You could have told me that 2 hours ago.
Yeah,
but we'll cook up some rabbit and we'll have a nice little nosh.
With one of Freddie's rabbits from the weekend, I'm going to make a stew under the sceptical eyes of my new friends.
I would normally do a bit of olive oil, salt and pepper, brown it off, or maybe a little flour, salt and pepper, and brown it off. But what they do is make a kind of batter. So, splash of water in a bowl with 2 tablespoons of flour and a pinch of salt. And obviously, I'm presuming, May, you want it just thick enough to stick. May, what do you reckon, darling? About thick enough?
Next, colour the coated rabbit in the pan for about 5 minutes.
Freddie, do you mind just looking after that meat, mate, to get it nice and golden, brother? I'm glad I've delegated that. Yeah, Freddie, you put them in there for me, brother. Oh, sorry, not Freddie. You've changed all of a sudden. Freddie couldn't hack it. May knows. She's got it wrapped. She's got it covered.
Then add some fragrant vegetables. I'm using a handful of chopped onions, celery, and carrots.
See what I'm doing? Wrapping up my hand. It's so hot.
To thicken, the Navajos would use 4 tablespoons of cornmeal.
So at this point in the game, I'm going to go back with the lovely brown meat.
Finally, cover it with about half a litre of stock. Chicken or vegetable will do.
But I'm going to cook that with a lid, just ajar, for about 2 hours, right? Or just keep touching the meat. The minute the meat starts pulling off the bone, you know that it's a beautiful time.
While that's cooking, I'm going to make the dumplings. Again, I'm using a 50-50 mix of cornmeal and flour. That seems to be the way they do things out here.
So here's the thing, right? My instinct would be to roll a dumpling, like in England, like that. Now, this is not cool for Navajo, is it?
We don't do our dumplings round because in our legends. People were doing round dumplings, but that was disrespectful to the rain or the hail, the weather. So one day they did that, and it hailed, and a lot of the people that did that were stoned by the hail.
What,
so
to
that's
death?
why after that we never did.
Well, I best not do round ones then, eh?
No.
If I made you a round dumpling, would you eat it?
No.
Really? No. I love that.
I just.
No, but I love you for that.
No, I dumped the whole pot.
Oh, we wouldn't want that, brother.
Probably write a letter to Obama.
Anyway, you got to roll them out to little snakes. And I'm going to get approval before I get stoned. May, how do you feel about my dumpling?
It's good.
And you'd eat this?
Yes.
White man, when they came, they took the prime lands and drew lines for the Indians. Don't step over this line. So we end up trespassing.
So really, you just got pushed out to extreme land?
Yes. So a lot of people say, why are you living here? Because the United States government put us here. Some of our young people have gone on to law schools. And when they come back...
Then you're going to kick some...
We're going to chop some heads.
You want to eat some food, brother?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
OK. Navajo dumplings rock, man. What a place to cook. Woo! Thank you for a lovely day.
Oh, thank you so much.
How does this compare to a Navajo rabbit stew? Am I going to get hit by any hailstorms tomorrow?
No.
It's not bad, is it?
No.
I'm heading back to Roy's for the opening of the greenhouse with a new understanding of Navajo life and an idea of what to cook for the kids. It's their spirit and their strength and their, like, you know, it's all about this. It's all about this. It's all about Mother Earth and respecting it. Even when it's been some story from hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands of years ago, you know, you're not allowed to do round dumplings, has to be long ones and all that sort of stuff. It's always a respect for food and nature and not raping it and taking the piss out of it. And I love that. It's my last day on the Navajo Reservation, and I'm cooking at the opening ceremony of Roy's community garden and greenhouse. I better not forget my moccasins. Oh, it's so cold. I've never felt cold like this, I've got to be honest. I've got about 10 layers on. Oh, my lordy lord. Oh. Hey.
Hey, out there.
How you doing, man? Out there.
Oh, it's out this way.
You got new boots on, dude. Oh. You're going to show us this greenhouse, then?
There it is. Yeah.
Looks like an alien's landed.
Uh-huh, it's phenomenal.
That's an amazing shape.
Yes.
The greenhouse has been donated to Roy by an eco group specialising in state-of-the-art growing domes. Let's have a look.
Yes, there we go.
Hey! Well done, man.
Hey, Alan.
For the greenhouse project to work, Roy needs to get the local kids excited about growing and eating their own food. I'm going to teach them tamale wraps with a Navajo twist. Instead of using the yellow corn, they grow this beautiful purple corn, which is absolutely classic to this part of the world. I'm making a stuffing to go in them using a couple of carrots, bay leaves, a diced shoulder of Roy's rare breed sheep, some chopped onions, and some garlic. They were kind of raving about Mackie D's, KFC, Taco Bell, and they were like into the whole handheld thing. And it's quite nice to hit back with a little bit of a freestyle Navajo dish that's handheld. And I'm not saying you want to make everything handheld, but you know, it just kind of brings the kids in, gets them interested. Then add a few handfuls of chopped squash. That's going to give it a beautiful sweetness that hopefully the kids will appreciate. You know, if you open them up, you've got all these seeds. You dry these little babies and you plant them and you get 50 squash the next year. So, you know, nature's pretty damn kind. Then add a small bunch of chopped mint. Normally put things like fresh herbs in at the end, but actually the mint through cooking is quite a nice thing. Next, a tin of pinto beans, just like the ones that I had at Louva's. All these ingredients can be grown here on the reservation. You know, it's a cheap dish to make, using the cheaper cuts of lamb, all that veg, beans, they're all sort of cheap, basic ingredients. Finally, blitz a large handful of chilies with about 3 tins of tomatoes and leave that to simmer for a couple of hours. The use of corn and beans has been really inspiring this week. Like, you know, I'll be making stuff up, new breads, new little dumplings, new little kind of wraps and things to, you know, buns and stuff. I'll be making stuff up for years to come now because of my experiences. Right, guys, you ready for it? Okay. So, lovely people, here you go. Here's the stew in the middle. You only need a little bit. With my purple corn mix and my spicy stuffing ready, it's time for them to get their hands dirty. And then you take the back side of it, pinch it, and you fold that up, and then we're going to put it in a beautiful pile. Perfect, perfect. I'll let you off that one. Don't overfill it, sweetheart. Was that easy? Yes. You could do that again? Yeah. Roy and I are off to a good start with the kids. So what do you think of this then? Now it's time for them to check out their new greenhouse. Hey guys, come and try some of this.
You mean I eat it?
Just try me.
This was like somehow.
Coriander. No, it won't poison you. Who wants to plant some of these?
And if maybe Harry was...
If you get kids engaged in planting stuff, and they can come back every other week and see it grow, and then they can eat it, end of story. No problems, no issues. You know, if they grow it, they'll eat it. So, you know, for me, this resembles hope, really. I think that you should give Roy a round of applause because he's built this for you. Yes. Well done, Roy. Now, the world premiere of the Navajo tamales. So, Roy's invited a local celebrity, Miss Northern Navajo. Yeah, guys. Yeah, mate. That's all right. And just unwind it.
Oh,
yeah, it's like a hot dog.
Tastes good.
Who hasn't got one? I wish the best for the Navajo. You know, I hope that this next decade is their decade where they're recognised and noticed for all the wonderful things that they can offer. I think there's a lot that America and other countries like England can learn from it, the way that they live off the land and treat it. But if it does die off, and that is a possibility, I'll be really gutted if I'm one of those old geeks that goes, I remember going there once when they used to do this sort of thing. You know, yeah, I hope they have a great future, I really do. They deserve it. They deserve it more than any, actually. Next time, I slip off my moccasins and take to the road again as I travel through the deep south. I take on the Americans at their own game. Barbecue.
This is a zero-tolerance policy.
This is tough.
Lord, let us kick some barbecue butt.
But I come face to face with a darker side. That's the first time I've ever heard it said.
You know, in reality, this is still the South.
Like many Brits, my first taste of America was being taken to Disney World as a kid.
It's so exciting.
20 years on, I want to get a real taste of a country that's fascinated me ever since.
Ooh!
And the only way I know how is by cooking.
Gumbo! Gumbo!
Essex style!
Tasting
It's like really posh cheese on toast.
and getting stuck into everything stateside.
Come on!
Raw and uncut,
I might do some radio tomorrow.
and without a guidebook,
I've never cooked with it in my life.
I'll be on a one-man food quest
Let's go get those gators!
to be reborn in the US of A.
It ain't the America I've ever seen.
On my next stop, I'm searching for the best cheap cuts in the Deep South.
All you can do is trust the man with the axe.
Enjoy traditional Southern high society.
Was this a McCain area or an Obama area?
McCain.
Take on the barbecue rednecks.
Lord, let us kick some barbecue butt.
And I'm shocked by some of the local conversation.
That's the first time I've ever heard it said truly and meaningfully.
You know, in reality, this is still the South.
I'm entering Georgia, in the heart of the Deep South, as America, like Britain, plunges into recession. Yesterday when I arrived, in all the news and newspapers, they'd named yesterday, which was Monday, Bloody Monday. You know, 70,000 jobs were lost yesterday. And Obama did a speech and sort of said, you know, America's at a crossroads. Obviously, recession has a massive impact on food, what people eat, how they eat, how much they spend. Yeah, I just think the recession's very, very real. Very real here. On this trip, I'm travelling and sleeping in a motorhome, and I'm looking for the best quality food that doesn't cost the earth. That's what I'm here for, to learn about what the people in this area, how do they eat? You know, what are their big dishes? How do they celebrate food? My first stop is a traditional southern lunch with a local hunter, Lonnie Smith, and his family.
Hey, Jamie.
Lonnie?
Yeah, welcome,
How you
man.
doing, bro?
Good trip?
Yeah, really good.
You haven't eaten yet, have you?
No.
Your timing is impeccable. Mom's fixed a nice southern lunch. Would you like to join us?
Yeah, well, I'd never say no.
All right, have to slip your shoes off.
That's
It's
all
a
right.
family rule. We don't wear the rules.
That's
shoes
all right.
aside.
Your family must have trained my wife.
Okay, this would be greens from the garden. They were freshly picked.
Yeah.
Homemade biscuits and cornbread. This is, you would call it stuffing with a giblet gravy that we serve over it. This is turkey. This is venison wrapped in bacon and marinated
This
and
is your own
grilled.
venison?
This is our own venison.
Proud to be rednecks, Lonnie's family have always lived off their land, and as a result, they're really well equipped to survive the economic downturn.
Such a long way from home, but what a lovely spread this is. God.
You're doing good.
That turkey dumplings is exceptional, yeah.
I feel like I'm in a time warp. I don't think this spread would have looked any different 2 generations ago. It's brilliant.
How do you describe the local food here?
None of this is really expensive food. We forget that the recession of the 1930s or the Depression, my mother's parents were people of the Depression. So a lot of the things that she learned to do, making the cornbread is just a little flour, cornmeal, water, salt, and pepper.
It's pennies.
A family together, you know, it just means a lot that you can sit here, good times or bad times, and be together.
Each flavour of this is so delicious, so all credit to you.
And Jamie, me and her, we do it 50-50. She cooks and I eat.
I grew up watching my mother and my grandmother prepare these types of meals. And it's just as much about the heritage. And when my parents are gone, some of these things will go away too. My wife's a wonderful cook, but she does it differently than my mother.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If I have a passion for anything other than just plain old eating, it's barbecue. Normally we go south down to Lakeland this time of year. And
what's Lakeland?
It's called the Pigfest. It's the largest barbecue contest on the southeastern United States. It's 165 teams, 30,000 people. Sadly, we're not going to get to go this year. You know, diesel prices in the United States are just at an all-time record high. And
we had to choose not to go.
Where are you going to go?
We went the last 5 years in a row, and you know, I mean, people that
Can you not go? I would just love to see something like that.
Well,
if it was the diesel prices, I mean, I'd love to divvy up in the diesel, and if I could join your team, that would be incredible.
What do you think, brother-in-law?
I think he's in.
I think we're in, right? All right, it's on.
Yeah. Brilliant. Well, I'm a bad loser.
You'll fit right in.
Oh, wow. So these are all deer that you've eaten the meat of?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So really, this is like a trophy cabinet of all your dinners?
Right. Well, this too, but...
And you got your guns here. Obviously, you're hunters. But, I mean, do you think that it's too easy to get a gun as far as town folk are concerned?
No. But when they do away with all the guns, all the crooks will have guns.
Yeah.
Because honest people buys their guns, crooks steal theirs.
Right.
And no, everybody needs a gun in the home.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what, if I was a crook, I wouldn't come in here. And these are pine trees, yeah? This is so lovely. What's this, an old workout?
Yeah, it's an old unicycle bike.
Don't you want to try that?
Does it work?
Yes, sir.
Oh, let me go around there and plug it in for you, Pop.
Plug in.
What do I do with it? What is it?
Right, you ready?
Yeah. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh. Well, what? Just a minute. What if I want to stop?
Let's slow it down.
Yeah, please do slow it down. I feel vulnerable.
Okay. All right.
That was getting too close to something.
Here we go.
After working off lunch, I'm making my own version of a southern classic, venison with creamed vegetables. Every ingredient in this dish I've raided from Miss Betty's larder.
An onion, carrots, celery goes in. So I'm going to use some a little bit of time. Really getting that sweet.
It's got a wonderful aroma to it.
It does.
I'm using a couple of handfuls of homegrown lima beans. They're a bit like broad beans.
Now, we don't have these back home, so this is new territory for me.
Pour on enough chicken stock to cover the veg, and then add some sweet corn and a little cream.
Good. I'll bring that to the boil, then I'll turn that right down. Okay.
Simmer on a low heat for about 20 minutes.
Yeah, what does a redneck mean? I'm sorry to be completely ignorant.
That's okay. The original term of a redneck was how you identified someone who stayed bent over in the field working. Because as they were bent over in the field working, the back of their neck become blistered. Nothing wrong with a good hard day's labor. So when you hear the term bubba or redneck and all, I take a lot of pride in that.
I'm using venison shot by Lonnie, marinated in bay, thyme, vinegar, oil and salt.
Oh. We don't worry about that.
Pan fry for 4 minutes, then slice thinly and serve rare.
Look at that. Look at the colour of that. It's such an incredible meat. Completely underrated venison, I think. Right, fingers crossed you'll like this. I mean, to be honest, nothing's going to beat Mum's lunch today. Creamed beans. And I think I'm just going to put a pile of it and just let people dig in.
Thank you, Jamie, for fixing that and sharing it with us.
Well, it's really tender.
It is
for
tender.
what you done to it. It's great. It's all good.
I will be cooking this dish.
Great.
Very good.
The Smith family's hunting and storing has prepared them well for the recession, but even they've been hit by the downturn.
I mean, all this talk about recession, I mean, it's such doom and gloom, isn't it? Recession's just a word, but what it is a lack of faith in anything. You know, whether it's the bank lending you money, it's all the way down the chain. Everyone's losing their bollocks. And you need that spunk to kind of come back, you know? You need that... Spunk's probably not the word. That's an American word.
I want to see how tough times are affecting local restaurants, but first, I'm bedding down in my home on wheels.
Oh. Oh no, we got mice. There is mice poo in my bed. That's disgusting.
I'm on a journey through America's deep south, searching for the best food to eat during the recession. I'm going to be competing in one of America's biggest barbecue competitions. So for inspiration, I've come after service to a barbecue joint which specialises in the whole hog.
Wow, this is a proper shack. Oh, you can see the smoke coming out.
It's nose to tail cooking, where nothing goes to waste.
Look at this. Hey, are you Lynn?
I'm Lynn.
What a
nice
pleasure.
Nice to meet you.
Thanks for letting me come round.
I hear you want to cook hogs with us.
Yeah, is that all right?
Before Lynn hands over all her barbecue secrets, I want to sit down with her and find out how this 50-year-old family business is faring in today's economic climate.
This is a very slow time, and the sad thing is I don't see it really getting much better anytime soon. And even in the times that we have gotten very slow, we, knock on wood, we have never let anybody go. We took the loss out of our own pocket. And
So you've always made it your first priority to look after your stuff?
Right. And my daughter has cerebral palsy. She's in the wheelchair. She has to have things that she needs.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just like health care. Here, we couldn't afford it. Just for me and my husband, you know, it was $1,000 a month.
Wow. See, that, as an English person, we have free healthcare. Free medicine, free healthcare.
And so that's unreal. That's just unreal.
Yeah. So I guess the government have got it to a point where you have to be critical to be able to get free aid.
Then you're not going to get free aid.
Right.
You know, you're going to lose everything you've got. You're going to lose whatever, your home, whatever.
Oh,
They're going to take whatever
they'll
you've
bill you
got.
for it?
Oh, yes. Huge bills. Huge, huge bills.
England's kind of looking like quite a nice place to be in a recession.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, thank God you got a great reputation.
The reputation and all, that's fine, but the man upstairs takes care of everything, and that's exactly who I rely on. But I'm going to get the boys ready and tell them that you're ready
I'll
to
finish
cook,
up, darling.
and got your coveralls so that you can cook
Oh, an overall,
in style.
okay. Yeah, brilliant. Thanks, darling. Here in the States, if you lose your job, the implications and the impact on your life and your family's life is much, much more immense. You know, England actually is quite lucky in comparison. Do you know what I mean? It's like, never thought about it.
Behind the restaurant are the prep rooms and the barbecue pits, where I'll be part of the team cooking hogs under Pitmaster Barry.
Nice to meet you. Yeah.
There you go.
Oh, yeah. Good. 1, 2, 3.
There you go. Now push it.
And how long have you been here? 31?
33.
33 years?
Yeah.
So, you were a boy when you started this?
Yeah.
So, listen, you know that big barbecue competition down in Florida?
Uh-huh.
I'm joining the team.
Mm-hmm. Me and you probably bring back first place.
Well, I don't know about me, brother. Maybe me and you. It's like half mechanic, half butcher.
That's it. That's all you gotta do.
So basic seasoning. Any rubs, any flavourings, any herbs? Just salt and smoke.
We'll take you to the pit.
Take you to the pit.
Pit barbecuing is nothing like how us Brits do it. Here, the whole hog is cooked over wood through the night. This 400-year-old method was originally used by slaves. No surprise then that many of the great southern pitmasters are African American.
And next processing, that'll be wiring it. This is to hold the meat on while it's cooking. It won't, when it get done, it won't fall in the pit.
Okay, so basically, because you're slow cooking, it's getting really tender and juicy and it'll fall off. Okay.
Right.
It's very primal, isn't it? I mean, this is about as basic as cooking gets, really, isn't it? Wood. Would you use charcoal, wood?
Oak wood.
What is it about the pig that you love?
Cooking them slow.
That's your passion?
That's it, cooking them slow. And that's where the taste comes from. to the hash pot.
All the leftover parts are used to make a thick gravy of pork, vinegar and tomatoes, called hash. Even the head's thrown in.
Put the nose flat down.
So you want me to hold that while you axe his nose?
Yes, sir, I do.
Just remember, I've got a pregnant wife and 2 kids.
All you can do is trust the man with the axe.
So what's in here?
It's pork trimmings, the heads, the belly meat, and also the knuckles.
All right. This is it's like a witch's cauldron.
Go ahead and stir it up for us real good. Make sure we hit the bottom. Get everything going around.
Do you cover those pigs? No.
You don't?
We cook just like that. That's it.
So do you sleep here?
Well, I sit pretty much right there. I don't go to sleep. I gotta watch those. If you go to sleep, you're gonna burn the meat.
My bed's in the trailer out the front, so I'm leaving the cooking to Barry. I didn't realise you had to babysit the pork.
What an experience. Great. I mean, what's amazing is like, you know, I've spent years looking around Europe at these kind of funky artisan types. And honestly, I think that these guys are about as artisan as you get. I mean, this is proper effort, proper care. So yeah, really good to see it. Good night, guys.
It's 6 a.m, and after only a few hours kip, I'm back on it.
How's it going, brother?
Steady rest. Check them out now. What do you think about it?
Look at that crackling.
You hit it right.
Up here?
Exactly. Right there.
So
that's it. Now, just take it and pull them off. Pick them up. Crunching.
Oh, man.
And just... That's the favorite part right there. That's the best meat in the hog.
The fillet.
No fat, all lean.
So my favourite bit, just here in the shoulder. That cut there.
Yeah.
And I don't
that's tender meat too.
And that.
Yeah, that's good.
Look at that, baby. I know there's cool people here. I know there's people that do great stuff. But America always feels like this big commercial kind of brilliant sort of factory that knocks stuff out. We're really off the beaten track here, and this is as artisanal as anything I've seen in the mountains of Spain or Italy or England. You know what I mean? It's old school. I love it. It's a bit random, but I'd love to ask Barry if he'd come and join me as my guest in the team. Savannah. Okay, Barry.
Thankfully, I have no idea what it feels like to be on the breadline. But what Lynn and I do have in common is restaurants to run.
My memories of the recession in the 80s was like quite bleak and quite tough, and my dad was stressed. But I do remember him telling me it wasn't about making money for himself, it was about keeping all the staff employed, first and foremost. And I get that now. You know, I don't want to make loads of redundancies. That's 900 people that I employ, that's 900 mortgages. It's a lot, isn't it? But if you think like that, I don't think I've ever really... You try not to think about it like that. Oh, yeah! Oh, I like this one.
My next stop is Savannah. It's one of America's oldest cities, famous for its beautiful architecture and its wealth. I've come here to see if tough times are hitting every level of US society. It's Georgia's first British settlement, and it still retains its tradition of afternoon tea and cakes.
Cakes? and, you know, cake making, even throughout the times of slavery, was still largely left to the white ladies of the house.
So I'm going to meet up with some cake-making ladies for a spot of high tea.
Y'all, this is
Hello,
Jamie.
ladies.
Hello.
What a pleasure to meet you. Nice to meet you.
This is Anne.
Hello, nice to meet
you. Would you like a glass of wine, a glass of champagne?
I'll go for some bubbles to get things going.
Bubbles.
If you've got one open.
Oh, yeah.
Susan Mason is an expert in cakes and desserts, and for 22 years has been the must-have chef at Savannah's finest events.
Was this a McCain area or an Obama area?
McCain.
Right. Was the town split? I mean,
I would say there are a lot more Republicans in this town than...
But it's not something you would discuss at dinner or at a cocktail
Oh, really?
Oh, no
What,
politics and no
I thought
religion.
the Americans were a bit more open about that sort of thing.
No politics and no religion.
social situation.
What about religion, then? Is that the same sort of...
Don't talk about that at cocktail parties either.
Really?
Mm-mm.
What should we talk about, then?
Okay, we've got a red velvet cake, which is wonderful. This is my coconut pound cake, which is wonderful. And, of course, sweet potato pie.
Sweet potato pie, yeah. Fantastic baking, my God.
Let me pull up a tube.
So, are you girls feeling the recession here? Does it mean anything?
Well, we're feeling it. We just don't talk about it.
Right.
But
I
we
don't
are
know. I
feeling it.
went to Target and bought a slow cooker.
I did too. Did you buy the one I bought?
I bought the red one.
But you're supposed to be saving money, not spending money. That was a great laugh. Going to see the Sex and Savannah girls. Brilliant. I mean, you know, that girl can cook. Those cakes were incredible. But, yeah, it's like we don't talk about religion, we don't talk about recession. So I did.
America has the biggest gap between rich and poor in any advanced nation in the world, and Savannah's no exception. Just 10 minutes from Susan's house is a local trailer park where I'm pitching up for the night. I'm going from the area's richest to its poorest residents.
How you doing, mate?
Hey, how you doing,
Jamie
friend?
Oliver.
My name's Gil. How you doing?
Gil, what a pleasure. Hello.
Nice to meet you. Welcome to America.
I'm Jamie. Nice to meet you.
Who are you, anyway?
I'm just Jamie. Simple.
That's cool. I'm just Gil, dog.
Do you guys all live here?
We're all friends.
The old recession's having a big impact here.
We all work construction. Okay. Last year there was a lot of money. She works construction, I work construction. Last year there was all new houses being built. Now nothing. The houses that were built last year are still sitting there for, you know.
I was working with a multi-million-dollar company. I got laid off.
Is it affecting the way you eat and the way you
know how you live? Well, yeah.
So what about seafood? Is
Oh, seafood. Who even thinks about it?
But you're on the water here.
Yeah, but you know,
you go to the water and
friends help friends out regardless.
Yeah.
You know, we're all like a family, all up in here.
We take care of
We're all family.
So when Obama got in, was it like party time? Was everyone in the streets going crazy or?
No.
I like him.
No.
You're in the South. The little local bar I go to, they're not happy with him being there because they're South, very anti. They're not going to say the N-word here right now. Maybe one will. Well, of course, him.
You know, they got a queen. There you go.
I'm completely shocked and unsure how to react, so I get away as soon as I can.
I know that drinks often make people bloody stupid, but it's the first time I heard the N-word, you know. But that's the first time I've ever heard it said truly and meaningfully. At the end of the day, there's 280 million people in America, and you're going to get some good cooking, you're going to get shit cooking. You're going to get beautiful people, and you're going to get crap people. Just the same as in any other country, so, you know, I guess it was a bit of a shock to the system, really. But, not good, really, is it? But there you go. I don't think he voted for Obama.
I'm travelling over 600 miles across the deep south to compete in a barbecue competition, but some teams travel thousands.
Look at those coppers, though. Come on, look at those coppers. Harley Davidsons. Ray-Bans as standard. How cool is that?
In search of America's best recession-busting food, I've eaten with rednecks, artisans and high society ladies. But there's a missing piece of my southern food jigsaw.
You know, the black hands really influenced in a big way the flavour of the food here in America now, how it's put together. It's like a real fusion.
I'm really excited. I mean, soul food, you know, it's black inspired. I mean, I know all the cliche stuff like the chicken fried this and that, but I really don't know what I'm talking about. And that is why I'm here. I'm meeting one of the area's best known soul food cooks, Nikki Bush.
Nice to meet you.
I do hugs, I don't do handshakes.
Oh, come on, let's hug, babe.
How are you?
Nikki's restaurant has become a hub for Savannah's African-American community.
Pretty much with soul food, it dates back to slavery. And when slaves were brought over, they ended up being given the meat that was not wanted, more or less the meat that was thrown out for trash. And what they did, when you have no money for your family, you put your soul into it. Yeah. And that's pretty much how it originated.
I'm going to be competing against the experts in just a few days' time. So as a newcomer to Southern cooking, I'm looking for as much inspiration as I can get.
So we have corn on the cob.
Yep.
Southern tradition, collard greens.
Yeah.
Here, which is definitely a soul food traditional, would be pig feet.
Yeah.
You have a lot of people that are just so used to sucking on the bones as well.
And that's part of it?
That's part of it.
Suck on those bones, baby.
Jamie Oliver, this is my dad, Pastor George Bush.
Very nice to meet you. And you must have, I mean, had a fair bit of grief being called George Bush.
Oh, yes.
As a black reverend.
Oh, yes. I went through it, through the channels.
After what I heard in the trailer park, I asked Nikki about how it feels to be an African-American in Georgia.
When I was at one of the companies that I use for products, when I pulled in, there was a red truck right in front of me that had the Confederate flag, banners, and flags all on the truck. And he had one bumper sticker that said, "Nigger, Abraham Lincoln lied to you. We don't owe you 40 acres and a mule."
Obviously, you hit Snoop Doggy Dogg's giving it all that in the tunes and stuff, but last night I heard it in a sentence for the first time in my life. Seriously. And that was surprising.
You know, Jamie, you may want to, not you personally, but people may want to sugarcoat things, but, you know, in reality, this is still the South.
Really shocking to me now. She said it's still the South, but basically she's saying it's still racist, you know. To think that the black community, the black food, is doing so well at the moment. You've got a black president now, and yet the Ku Klux Klan still exists. You know, she met one like a month ago, and I always thought of soul food as him being like it's got soul, man, you know, it's sort of like funky. But I never realised it went right back to sort of the days of slavery in it. And soul food means survival food, you know, you've got to put everything into it to get flavour and niceness out of nothing. And this food is delicious. I'm going to try a funky twist on soul food with a surf and turf dish.
So I want to get a good local sausage, okay? I want to squeeze it out, because they make good sausage around here, right? And this is the quickest way to make good little meatballs. Some bacon.
Add them to a pan with some bacon and cayenne pepper.
And then as soon as this bacon and meatballs gets like dark and delicious, I'm going to bang in the beautiful shrimp. From blue to pink in a matter of seconds.
I'm serving it with the famous grits, a corn-based food which is a bit like porridge.
Cheese goes in. The cheese and the butter obviously is going to enrich in it and make it lovely.
It's Georgia's official state dish, but I've got a surprise for Nikki. I'm taking collard greens, a southern staple brought to America by the slaves, and I'm blending them into a pulp. This will definitely seem strange to them, but I'm just hoping they're going to like it.
Right, this is not usual, huh?
No, it's not usual.
What are you thinking about this at this point?
I think it can still work.
Okay. Look at that. Look at the colour. And what I do at this stage is I take a little knob of butter, I put that into the pan. As soon as that hits the pan, I put my parsley on top, off the heat, and then I hit it with lemon juice. And just let the butter do its work with all those lovely flavours.
collard greens grits. I know. Bear with me. You wait till you put it in your mouth, though, Tiger.
Right at the moment, I'm wondering what it's gonna taste like with the greens and with the grits. It's actually good. I probably would have put a pinch of salt in it.
Is it not salty enough? Which
No.
bit? The grits or the...
I'm tasting the shrimp, and one thing about soul food is it's always seasoned. Here goes grits with sausage and shrimp.
I've put my soul into it, but what does Nikki's 81-year-old mum think of it?
Who cooked?
Jamie did.
Well, Mr. Janey, you're gonna have to come a little bit tighter with your salt.
Just add
Well,
salt
that's not
to it.
bad. Just make sure it's got a bit more salt in it. Thank you, Mum. Bless you. When they say God bless America, in Georgia, they really mean it. You can't visit the Bible Belt without putting on your Sunday best and going to church.
That's good news. That's good news. And so, in order to really, truly have hope for the time, every Christian needs a hope recipe. Amen? The recipe for hope is you need a juice of confidence. Then we need 1 clove of perseverance. Oh, I left off the sea salt. You can tell I ain't a cook. When you and I put our joblessness, our homelessness, our lack of food, when we put it in the oven of Jesus Christ, He prepares a wonderful meal. He prepares a wonderful meal. So more and more people will need food, more and more people will need shelter, more and more people will need their rent paid, paying utility bills.
You do that?
Yes. Oh, yes, yeah. But there's someone actually here that got laid off today from Home Depot.
So this is trying times.
Very. And so we just try to be a beacon of hope and inspiration and help people.
I thought that was absolutely wonderful. If church was like that back home, I'd go every week. I tell you what, the noise, the singing was so loud. It almost like you could feel the air move. It was amazing. But I loved the things he was saying, honestly. I keep up the spirit, keep trying, don't let anyone knock you down. Really, taken by the energy, really. What I want to do is sort of get my head together now because we got the competition. I'm driving tonight, pretty much through the night actually. Got to come up with an anything but category, which is basically anything but the meat categories. It would be nice to come up with something that represents some of the stuff that vicar was saying, recipe of hope, and I think that's got to be something that's cheap, something that makes you feel good, comfort food, and something that's damn tasty, and something that really relies on effort and love more than expensive ingredients. The one thing I'm under firing on every time I cook here is not enough salt. So, kind of professional note, whatever I'm doing, over-season it, and I'll do all right. It's time to leave for the barbecue competition. Barry, the pitmaster, has accepted my invitation to help with the barbecue pork, and Nikki has agreed to give me a hand with the anything but category. The rest of Team Bubba Grills, Lonnie and his family, have gone ahead to set up. Hey! How you doing? You all right, brother?
Oh, yeah.
It's 300 miles to the competition, so Nikki and I have plenty of time to plan our recipe of hope.
Is that like a potato topping?
Yeah, we have like ground beef on the bottom. You do the sweet peas, and then you do the potatoes, and then you do the cheese on top.
And then pastry on top, like a, you know, like a cherry pie, but savoury. Do you do that in the South? Well, do you reckon that would work?
That should. That should. I mean, let's think about it and.
4 hours later, and we've finally crossed the state border, but we still haven't decided on our recipe of hope.
Here we are, kids.
Over 200 teams from 17 states have competed at Pigfest.
It's like Glastonbury, but for barbecue experts.
There's $10,000 of prize money at stake. A win could be life-changing for my team.
Welcome to
You well?
man. Yeah, I'm doing well. How was your drive?
Yeah, good. I want to introduce you to some special friends. This is Nikki.
Hi
Hey,
there,
Nikki. I'm
how are
Ryan.
ya?
How are you? We hug around here. Nice to meet
So
you.
do I, so I like that.
I'm Bubba, man. How you
man.
doing? Nice to meet you. Man, I've been hearing about your barbecue. I can't wait to taste it.
Whole hog, soul food cook extraordinaire.
Oh,
So
I'm in love already.
There are 7 cooking categories, and team leader Lonnie has put me in charge of 2, anything but and barbecue pork.
God, man, everyone takes this very seriously. I've never seen so much kit.
They're strict here. Before we get cooking, every competitor has to attend a run-through of the rules.
Very serious. There's big money here, and then there's points on the line for Team of the Year.
Time tolerances is 5 minutes before until 5 minutes after the turn-in window. And this is a zero tolerance policy.
He's tough. Jesus Christ.
It is an atomic, not the
I wish we had something like this in England. Wouldn't it be awesome? There's nothing like as tough as this in England.
1 o'clock for chicken, 1:30 for ribs, 2 o'clock for pork shoulder.
The pork doesn't have to be in until tomorrow, but I've only got 4 hours to get my anything but done.
You got it.
Our recipe of hope is going to be a southern version of stew and dumplings.
Can you put some salt in it so it'll taste
Salt.
a little bit of salt? It needs to be,
Mate, your mum, she got me right yesterday. Your
Trying to find
seasoning,
every
because
house.
my palate is not up to scratch out here. What we got going
To
on
our
here,
stew
brother?
base of garlic, onions, celery and carrots, we add the barbecue cheap cuts of ham hock, oxtail and chicken legs.
We'll put it in with like skin bone and all, you know, because that's where a lot of the flavour is. We've got some venison going in as well.
We add a couple of tins of tomatoes and some fresh herbs.
And the one thing that we're going to put into this that you can't bottle?
Love.
Love, baby.
Our stew needs 3 hours to simmer. Once it's done, we're going to debone the meat and then stick it back on the heat.
What's that, honey?
This is a seafood seasoning that you would use for like shrimps or crabs.
Celery salt?
Mm-hmm.
Salt?
Black pepper, a little bit of
Black
cayenne
pepper.
pepper, a little bit of salt.
Lonnie, what's the time, brother?
It's 7:20.
Yeah, 20 hours.
We've got 10 minutes to plate it up and get it to the judges.
I accept my duty.
I accept my duty.
To be a 2009 Lakeland, Florida Pigfest culinary judge.
The stew is plated on Georgia's ultimate peasant food, grits.
Oh, Jesus!
The grits, brother. Where we going? Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Nick said don't think.
Can I have that sausage, big boy?
The cheap, tasty cuts of the stew are a nod to Georgia's soul food.
Dumplings go in.
The dumplings are retro and comforting, just like most southern food.
723.
And the barbecue sausage is in homage to Barry and that beautiful, simple smoke flavour.
Time, bro. You gotta run. Let's go, brother.
The KCBS scoring system is 2 to 9. A 3 means that the product went in your mouth and you spit it out immediately.
That way, honey, to your right. We're going in here, yeah?
A 4 means that you put it in your mouth and you swallow it and it comes up.
Yeah, I do want some liquor now.
Now, see, I feel like a proud mama.
I don't know if we picked the right thing. I'll find out tomorrow how the anything but place is, but for now, I've got a long night of cooking pork ahead of me. Let's have some meat! My recession road trip has taken me to Florida's biggest barbecue competition. Over 2 days, 40,000 people come to Lakeland's Pigfest. With over 60 pork entries, I need my meat to stand out from the crowd.
Whole thing's completely bonkers. It's good though. It's like
No, I know. I was trying to tell y'all.
fairground and a gastronomic extravaganza. I've got to get my pork shoulders in soon. We've got to cook all night.
Barry and I have come up with a punchy and fancy concoction to inject into our pork shoulder.
In here is a secret mixture of water, salt, cider vinegar, apple juice. And then you stick it in, squeeze, stick it in down there, squeeze. I pumped about a litre into the pork. So look, this is a secret spice rub. I mean, I've got layers of fennel seed, clove, bay, thyme, coriander seed, nutmeg. Once we put it in the oven, this is going to create what they call a bark. Like, massage it, just slap it. Well, does that sound remind you of anything?
That's right.
I bet your slap sounds a bit bigger than mine.
The pork's not due in until tomorrow, but if Barry's taught me anything, it's to do it long and slow, and he reckons 12 hours will do the job. Every half hour, we spray the meat to keep it moist. At 3 a.m, we glaze the meat with butter, brown sugar and honey. Then we settle in for the night. This time, I'll be the one staying up. At 6 a.m, team captain Lonnie checks in, and the conversation turns philosophical.
It doesn't always have to be about money. You don't have to have a lot of money to have a great time, be with people you care about, be with people you look forward to seeing again.
It's about family and friends pulling together, isn't it? After everything's gone, as long as you've got your family and friends,
start over, right?
That's still a lot, you know. That's like all that counts, really. But
I always plan ahead, and I think that's the key to getting through anything. I mean, USA's been through tough times before, you know, recession in the 80s, depression in the 30s. What don't kill you makes you stronger.
Papa Grills team, come here, man. Hold hands, y'all. We're gonna say us a little prayer for a win today.
Yeah.
All right, you ready? Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for this gathering of family and new friends, Lord. Lord, you bless us every day relentlessly. Lord, new friends from across the pond will be family members for life. And Lord, let us kick some barbecue butt. In your son's name we ask. Amen.
Yeah. We cooked it all night slow, off and on, so it should be tender and real good.
Team effort, man.
Team effort.
How do you think I've cooked it?
I think it's wonderful, Jamie. Come on, okay? Just put it to it right there, Jamie.
Okay.
Come with Mary.
All the barbecue, first place.
Oh, you know. For me, this barbecue competition's been brilliant. And I've actually learned a lot, a real lot.
So I'd love, out of all of these professionals, to come in the top 10 ranking. I've never won anything in cooking, ever. If we did win anything, I think I'd be quite touched.
Dessert, second place. Smokers Wild, Florida. Smokers Wild, Florida. Make your way to the stage.
Bubba Grills didn't win anything for chicken.
First place, chicken swine bovine barbecue. Chicken swine bovine.
We didn't place well in the sauces.
Now third place sauce, hot guachulas.
For mine and Barry's pork,
Hats off to dining. Rest in peace.
despite being up all night, Bubba Grills came 29th out of 62. But there's one more category to go, and it's our last chance of a prize.
Okay, we're gonna do anything but. Anything but.
Anything but. Anything
First
but.
place. Big Knuckle Barbecue. Big Knuckle Barbecue. Second place. Anything but. Bubba Grills with Jamie
I'm ending my southern road trip with a different take on the recession back home. What I've seen here in America is that when times are tough and there is recession, people have to choose between really everyday essentials and their own health. Aren't we lucky in England that at our lowest ebb, we don't have to decide between the health of our child and if we have a bowl of Frosties or not? Well, all the people that I've met say that getting the family around a table and coming together, that is the most effective way of riding out the recession. But beautiful people, the people in the Bible Belt are good people.
1, 2, 3, Bubba!
Next time, I go to the Wild West. Covered in shit. I'll be getting a taste of what it's really like to live like a cowboy. Are there lots of bears around here? It's good.
With no seasoning at all, it's still delicious.
Bad. And downright ugly.
And that's making me wince.
Like many Brits, my first taste of America was being taken to Disney World as a kid. 20 years on, I want to get a real taste of a country that's fascinated me ever since. I would have never imagined to have seen this a mile away from the hotels I've been staying in. And the only way I know how is by cooking. Tasting.
Where have you been all my life?
And getting stuck into everything stateside. Raw and uncut. And without a guidebook.
Excuse me, do you speak English?
I'll be on a one-man food quest.
Come on the Gumbo! Gumbo! Essex style!
To be reborn in the US of A. On this trip, I'm heading into the Wild West.
Covered in shit.
To get a taste of what it's really like to live like a cowboy.
Are there lots of bears around here?
The good.
With no seasoning at all, it's still delicious.
The bad. And the damn right ugly.
And that's making me wince.
I'm heading into the heart of the old Wild West, Wyoming. Vast and remote, there's 3 times as many cattle as there are people. I'm in search of the ultimate American hero, the cowboy, and the food that keeps him going.
Wow, look at this. What a journey to get here.
My first instruction is to wait for a lift by a mailbox.
Ah, there it is. I love this, about being out in the middle of nowhere, come out the airport and stand next to a white post box.
I've come to Buffalo Bill country to meet my first real cowboys at the Cody Rodeo.
For me, this trip is all about sort of meeting the iconic American hero, really. I know it sounds a bit cheesy, but it's true. It's what, like, I obsessed about as a kid. I don't know, does it still exist? Does the cowboy still exist? What do they do? If you talk to anyone that knows about food, cowboy cooking, you know, there's books and books on it. The campfire, pots, cauldron, grilling, you know, smoke, beans. But look at me. I am a proper Essex boy, out of my out of my element. So whether I can be a cowboy or not, I don't know. If that's him, look at the side of that hat. Scuba? How you doing, man?
How are you, Jim?
Nice to meet you, brother. Thanks
to
for coming to pick us up. Cheers, man. What should I do with the bags? Just chuck them in the back?
Just throw them in the back and then we'll head down to Cassie's.
Nice one, man.
Tomorrow's the opening night at the rodeo. Every year, the young riders gather together at Cassie's Bar, opposite the arena, for a Western tradition, pitchfork fondue.
This does look like the all-time old-school American bar. Brilliant, look at this. Oh, my Lord. Are you having a laugh?
Pitchfork.
Why have you got meat hanging on a pitchfork?
It's like a cauldron, isn't it?
Right. Do you mind if I have a look?
Please do.
How you doing? I'm
Good to
Jamie.
see you. Hi, Jamie.
Oh my God. This is like some serious medieval thing going on. Pork fat, they chuck it in a pot, it turned into liquid fat, and then what, people come and cut their meat, stick it on one of these, dump it in. So it's going back to really primal, old school cooking.
Yeah.
Are you a chef or a cook?
No,
or...
I'm not. I'm just a cowboy. Just a cowboy.
I'm loving you already, brother, with meat like that.
This fat is so hot, it takes just a minute to cook a great-looking steak.
Is there like a perfect size for this kind of thing?
About an inch thick.
Yeah.
About an inch, yeah.
Does this go back to when this place was first settled, or...?
Early 1800s.
Right.
You know, who knows how far it went back.
So what do you do? Just, you stab it across a few?
Right, across there.
You know what, in all the years I've cooked...
Let's go to the other side.
I've never seen nothing like this in my life.
It's a chef's delight.
I knew that meat was at the heart of the cowboy diet, but I didn't know it would be this in your face.
I love it. Yeah. I just love it. That's brilliant.
Here they come out. Look at the color. I'd say they're about medium rare to medium.
Look at that.
Look at those, Jamie.
And you never season this? That's interesting.
No.
It's unlike any steak I've ever eaten before because it's got like a crunch and a crisp to it because it's been cooked so incredibly fast.
Welcome to our Wyoming tradition. Enjoy.
Really good.
Really good.
So simple, and you know what? With no seasoning at all, it's still delicious.
The rodeo boys have been brought up on red meat. They won't settle for anything less than a hunk of beef before risking their necks riding the bucking broncos and the bulls tomorrow night.
He rides broncs, and bulls, broncs and bulls, broncs, bull rider, broncs and bulls.
Are you all crazy? You must.
Maybe a little bit. What was it like the first time you looked down and you're holding a handful of your own teeth and blood?
Have you all had your teeth smashed out?
Oh, yeah.
Put your hands up if you've got fake teeth.
Word is that 21-year-old heartthrob Tucker Zing is the one to watch. He's on the edge of breaking through into the big time as a professional rodeo rider.
I go to sleep, I dream of barebacks, I dream of bulls. You get to a rodeo, if you're on a bareback or a bull, there's nothing better. It's just pumping in you.
So what's proper cowboy food then?
Steak.
To you? Steak?
You eat steak before you ride. I mean, that's just what you gotta do. It's red meat, gets the blood flowing, gets your adrenaline up.
Do you class yourself as athletes? Or?
It's a sport, but you're doing it because you love it, not because it pays the bills.
I get it.
Just like cooking.
I get it, but like when I go to work every day and I'm using a 12-inch chopper and I'm cutting up a cow, it ain't gonna bite me or kick my ass, do you know what I mean? I mean, when you go to France, you go skiing. Bonjour, monsieur. Would you like a fondue? A little bit of fillet steak and a little bit of oil over a candle? No, mate. I've been to the Wild West. Half a cow on a stick in a big old cauldron of fat. Now, take your little French fondue and stick it up your arse. God bless America.
Let's go, boys. I'll buy. More around. I might not ever see you again.
Walking into the bar, it feels like time stood still. It's hard to believe that it's 2009 and that Obama's the new president. But for now, I'm going to try partying like a cowboy because tomorrow things get dangerous. Tucker and the boys are willing to risk it all, and I'm going to be there to see just how tough it gets. I'm in Cody, Wyoming, on the trail of cowboy food. It's the opening night of rodeo season, and I've offered to help cook for the competitors' feast.
Are we allowed to go behind the scenes?
Let's go.
Rodeo's a big deal across America. Around 90 million people watch it every year.
Yeah, good man. Are you all right? Are you boys up today?
Yeah.
You're up.
The boys I met last night are going to get a chance to prove just what they can do. And bareback rider Tucker is tipped to win.
You all right, brother? Let's have a look at you. Yeah, man, that's sharp. And what's all this?
Tape. Goes all the way up. Holds my arm in place, got a brace, got my bicep tape. I have tape over my knuckle because the way my rigging runs, it'll peel the skin from about here to here every time.
Right.
Keep from hurting myself too bad.
Okay.
While these boys psych themselves up, I'm going to head for safer ground and do a bit of cooking for after the show. Across the field from the stadium is a real old trail town where the rodeo cowboys come for their after-show grub.
I'm hooking up with some people that are Dutch oven cooks. Dutch oven being, you know, the old traditional method of cooking. It's very, very cool. People are really, really into it. It's not a touristy thing. This is like something that people are really passionate about.
Jamie,
good to meet you.
Glad to meet you. My name's Jeff.
Jeff, pleasure.
This is Judy.
Hi, Judy.
This is Rawhide.
How are you?
Lovely to meet you. Yeah, really good. Nice to meet you. What's your name?
Rawhide.
Rawhide?
Yes.
Superb. That's a proper cowboy name, isn't it?
Tonight we're cooking with Judy's traditional Dutch ovens. Back in the day, a portable oven meant that the original cowboy settlers could cook just about anything along the trail. They were essential in their struggle to survive in the Wild West.
Do cowboys still cook like this up in the mountains and stuff? Does a lot of cooking still happen around the campfire?
Yes, they do. Cook around the campfire.
So even though we're in modern times,
Right.
it's still relevant. Yeah. In the last 3 years, I've sort of, as a chef, I've sort of come almost full circle now. And all that technology and cleverness that's in the industry, stainless steel, jets, steam, microwaves, I'm over all that. And actually it's come back to good old charcoal and wood.
Original basic things.
Yeah.
And guess what? Judy's cooking beef.
We need to get it going because the weather's so unpredictable right now and cold. We need to get this in the oven.
Okay. Oh, so you're lining it with bacon first?
Yes.
So presumably it will catch and burn a bit, but it would have done its work by then
But I
and
would
flavoured.
put water in there so it won't burn.
Oh, so it won't burn?
Right, I'll put a little water in. A lot of times they would use coffee to put in there as a little bit of a liquid, and we can do that. We can get some coffee if you'd like.
Let's have it. Let's go for some extra flavour.
Okay.
Coffee was important to the cowboys?
Absolutely. That looks good.
That's enough?
That's enough for now. We'll just put the lid on this.
Okay.
The cook was usually a cowboy that had gotten hurt and could not work any longer. as a cowboy, so he became the cook.
There must have been a lot of cooks.
They have one cook per wagon per about 12 guys.
What's it called when you're a helper of the cook?
It's called a camp jack.
Yeah.
They used to get the guys, just a guy that, they kind of like to, get him to help. Okay, can you get that over there? We'll get some coals.
It's traditional cooking, flavoured with the ingredients that cowboys had to hand. Judy's coffee cooked beef now gets covered with hot coals.
So that meat is going to be safe there. You'll check it, every hour and a half?
Whenever I feel like it or I can smell it.
I love it. Instinctive stuff.
Yes.
So how long are you going to cook that for, roughly?
About 4 hours, maybe 5.
Yeah, okay.
It'll be fine.
The weather's getting worse, but over at the stadium, some die-hard rodeo fans are starting to arrive. Time to crack on with my side dish, otherwise I'm going to miss Tucker on his bucking bronco. I'm making my version of the cowboy classic, baked beans.
And most of the country buys baked beans in a tin, right? And I think that homemade baked beans is like a homemade burger or, homemade anything kind of comfort foodie. And when you actually do it and give it a bit of love, it's so worth it.
Fry up your onions in a little bit of oil and butter with some crushed up bay leaves.
They do say that out here, if you don't like the weather, wait 10 minutes and it will change. It's been about half an hour and it ain't changed. The tin tomatoes.
Then add any good white beans to your tomato sauce. I'm using pinto beans. I'm going to give mine a real kick by adding a mixture of dried chilies, softened in boiling water, and then chopped up.
I'm going to season it with some salt and then some molasses. You could use brown sugar, but molasses is a big American thing out here. It will give it colour, it will give it a sheen, and it will give that kind of sweet and sourness that we want. We're building like a big, ballsy, kick-ass dish.
Heading west on wagons, the first settlers were Europeans, and they depended on the native foods like beans, a staple of the cowboys' diet.
The extra seasoning that I haven't had is the smoke. That's going to be like that, give it that really amazing flavour. Put the lid on. Right, I'm going to put some coals on top. Here we go. Dutch oven cooking. What a pleasure. What do you reckon, couple of hours?
Couple hours.
Will you look after them for me and I'll go to the rodeo?
Yes, I will.
No one's going to want to stand next to me though. I'm going to smell like an old bonfire.
No, that's part of the cowboy aroma.
With my beans slowly cooking, I've got the perfect opportunity to get back to the rodeo and my first slice of real cowboy action. Rodeo is big business, and these local boys dream of becoming one of the few champion bronc riders. But it's a dangerous sport and so competitive that only a few ever make it.
I welcome you to the Cradle of Champions.
You ready to get on?
No, I'm not getting on. What are you, man?
Come on.
I got a wife and 3 kids.
I bet you. The first one you get on, the adrenaline rush that you get, will be better than skydiving or anything you've ever been on.
Yeah, I don't want to skydive either.
If you're gonna be back here, you gotta look like a cowboy.
All right, brother.
Try that.
Nice one. All right.
Now you can be up here.
Tucker, how you feeling, brother?
Beautiful young ladies from the...
Are you ready for it?
Oh! You get a horse bouncing here, just reach down here gently and talk to him and say easy, like that. And it takes his mind off the cowboy and puts it onto you. So it settles him down so the cowboy can get all his stuff done.
Right.
Where Tucker's at right now is the most dangerous place. That's where 90% of your accidents are going to happen inside the chute if they happen.
Really?
Because if a horse rears up and comes back, he can smash you here or rear up and flip over and pin you down in the bottom of the corner.
And then what happens?
Then they have to open the gate and the horse walks all over the top of you.
Oh, great.
The cowboys keep the bucking horses calm until it's time for them to do their thing.
These things were born and raised to buck. They're bred to buck.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there's horses that are bred that you can ride for broke horses, and then there's horses that are bred to buck. There's absolutely no way that you'll ever train them.
Dear Heavenly Father, we ask that you watch over the cowboys and be with us in this rodeo.
The bareback bronc riders compete first. 8 guys on 8 crazy horses trying to stay on for 8 seconds. riders are marked on their position and how long they've stayed on for. Nobody's made the grade so far. My mate Tucker's up next.
Why would you want to do this? I'm like really nervous for him.
There you go.
Be hero, not zero. We go up there to the Budweiser scoreboard. It's famous and lights. The first bareback rider, Nick Blanket.
Lift now, lift. Good mark out, brother.
So scary. Thrown all over the place, and his neck just like... Tough boys, man.
Tucker's the winner, and his prize for risking his life? $120.
Nice one, Tucker.
Thank you.
So, how was that? You got a few full 8 seconds?
Yeah, it feels a lot long.
Yeah,
Get out there.
to be honest, it seemed a lot longer for me, and I was just watching you.
A win here tonight means that Tucker now gets the chance to go through to the Nationals, where an 8-second ride could earn him $10,000. I've seen what these boys go through, and they're going to need some real cowboy food.
Woohoo! It's so cold. It was like 80 degrees yesterday, and now it's freezing. How's it going?
It's going good. You better check your
The
beans.
rodeo was incredible. Those boys are completely crazy.
The Dutch ovens have been stacked up so that none of the heat has been lost.
Ah, nice. Pretty good texture. What does that look from a cowboy's point of view?
Looks pretty yummy to me.
Yeah.
Come get it.
Go get some food, guys.
This is the coffee-cooked beef that Judy started 5 hours ago.
Thank you.
It's that moisture, and look how juicy that is. Delicious.
It's been a long day, and I wasn't even riding. And now I've got 30 hungry cowboys to feed.
You broke 4 ribs. Yeah, here, let me give you an extra portion of meat as you've broken all those ribs. Athletes they are, crazy they are, but I mean culturally really interesting as well.
It's amazing to watch, but you'd never get me on a bucking bronco. So tomorrow I'm heading into the west that's still wild to see if I can make it as a proper working cowboy.
There's something about the cowboy way that is almost like a different country. It's almost like a Sicily compared to Italy. We're not Italian, we're Sicilian. You know, it's like we're cowboys. Get that cap off, put that hat on, and everyone, you know, and you kind of still think that people are wearing these caps and going yeehaw because it's like a piece of script out of a film. But everyone's doing it. It's normal life, and even I'm doing it.
In exchange for some cooking, I've been offered the chance to be a hand on a cattle ranch. Where I'm heading hasn't changed for 100 years, and I've been warned, conditions are rough for man and beast. I'm heading further into the wilds of cowboy country to see if I've got what it takes to make it on a working cattle ranch.
I just can't imagine what it's going to be like actually being a real cowboy for a few days. Getting on the horse, got my gear. Very exciting. It's like, you know, it's a bit nerve-wracking. Feels like a bit of an adventure.
I'm going to get stuck into some hard work and cook like a cowboy, whatever the weather. I've been told to meet the rancher at the branding field. I'm sick of sticking out like a sore thumb, so I'm going to get duded up.
This is where Essex boy turns into cowboy. Wish it would just stop pissing the rain. It's easy. Off with the shell toes. In with the cowboys. This is a moment I never thought would happen. So I've got to work out how to put these on, darling. Hi, guys.
Hi.
Jamie, nice to meet you.
Yep.
Are you hip?
Nice
Pleasure.
meeting you.
Thanks for having us. How you doing, dude?
Hip Tillett's family have been cowboys for more than a century, and he's the man to impress.
Well, I better get myself some calf wrestlers, I guess.
Yeah. Calf wrestlers.
Are you going to wrestle a few calves?
Well, if you show me, I'll do my best. I haven't got a clue what I'm supposed to be doing.
Hip's a man of few words, so I'm going to have to learn on the job. Branding calves has always been standard practice in these western states.
Right, so what do we do? Get on the back leg?
Okay, Jamie, I'm going to show you how you hold this guy. Okay. Sit on your butt like this, just like that.
Okay.
Right there.
Yeah.
Hip's got no time to waste. He's required by law to give every calf his ranch brand.
Ouch.
Branding is tough, but I'm told the pain only lasts for a few minutes.
Okay.
Good one.
First one.
First one.
In 6 months' time, these calves will be worth $1,000 apiece. Branding remains the only way to stop cattle rustlers. I see my chance to show Hip I'm quick off the draw.
Right there you go. There you go. Just right. Just right.
Just as I've got the hang of wrestling calves, I realise the boys are going to have to get castrated as well. Like all cattle ranchers, Hip has to make sure they don't interbreed.
Man, that's making me wince. Getting burnt, earring, injection and balls removed. Not a good day. Took quite a jump out of the deep end. Within 5 minutes, wrestling calves that are quite big, castrating bulls, and it stinks when they brand, it stinks.
Now I've got my calf wrestling badge, I'm going to be sleeping under canvas at the cow camp with the rest of Hip's crew.
Your main man, Hip. Look, with a name like Hip, he's going to be cool, isn't he? And he's really cool. Cool guy. I might do some radio tomorrow. Take your partner by the hand. Look, as soon as you put these chaps on, you fit. Have you ever gone fancy dress and you put your gear on and you just feel a bit like your character? I've got my chaps on and I just sort of feel as if I want to like line dance and do like the do-si-do and all that old shit. And like, I want a gun and I want to shoot cans. I want to do Tin Can Alley. Do you remember that as a kid? When I walk off, the outfit that I got on is making me walk like this. I'm not doing it on purpose. Yeah! See? Wouldn't do that at home, would I?
Now I've got me cowboy swagger, I'm hoping Hip's impressed with my cooking.
You skin them and then you...
It's chucking it down again, but we've got to eat. A good cowboy never lets anything go to waste. So Hip's making a Wyoming special.
The Rocky Mountain oysters, the calf's balls, right? Look at them. It looks like...
Strawberry jello.
Yeah, strawberry jello?
You just knock both ends off.
Let me see, I can't see properly.
With a good sharp knife, and then it's just kind of like filleting a fish.
That's quite a big ball.
Some are bigger than others.
Yeah, that's life, isn't it?
Hip coats the Rocky Mountain oysters in flour and then just deep fries them for a couple of minutes.
They're looking good. You know, they're looking not too bad.
They do look really tasty now.
Yeah, they're pretty crispy, and I think they should be really nice.
Go for a small one first?
Yeah.
And then, can I just try one without anything?
Yep.
To start with?
Oh, it's delicious. Oh, yeah.
Rocky Mountain oysters, it reminds me of scampi as a child. Can I have another one?
Sure.
Can't believe I'm enthusiastic about eating someone else's balls. So wrong, but so right. Thanks, mate.
Oh, you bet.
Not bad for starters, but my balls are going to be bigger, even though they're not the real deal. Give them a little move around. Plain minced beef with a cheesy surprise in the middle. To go with my meatballs, I'm frying up some onions, peppers and garlic, which is going to be the base for my kick-ass sauce, and it's going to warm us right up. I'm adding ketchup, Worcestershire sauce and a big dollop of mustard. Do cowboys like spice? This is your moment of truth to decide.
Oh yeah, I think a little more. Maybe in there somewhere.
That's about 5 tablespoons of chili sauce. I'm a 6 boy myself, but 5 is still good. Inspired by the story of the original settlers, I'm going to stick it all in the Dutch oven and put it on the fire. Yeah, that's what we want. Yes. Proper old school. I think we've got enough food here for about another 4 cowboys, you know.
I don't know, I'm pretty hungry.
Yeah. That does actually look like cowboy food, doesn't it?
Oh, that looks great.
There we go, mate. Look at that.
Really nice.
You like it, mate?
Yep.
That's the main thing. It's after midnight and everything's soaked through. Away from the fire, it's freezing, so I'm in no hurry to get in my tent.
Right. This way, yep.
This is the worst summer rain they've had in 15 years. Later today, Hip's heading up the mountain, and I've persuaded him to let me come along as Camp Jack. Miserable day, again. So depressing. It's like the Lake District, really. Rain just makes everything miserable, doesn't it? Have you seen my world? A spring-loaded bed, a mattress. What more do you want? It's only 6:30, so I'm going to improvise a stove to cook my very own cowboy breakfast on. Look at my hat. It's like it's being milked. For some reason, maybe it's a sign. Look. You kind of have to be a bit filthy to be a cowboy. And certainly I think at the extreme side of being a cowboy, food was just fuel. All I've heard for 3 days is that noise. Right, here we go. Shimon. Right. I think being a cowboy, I think probably 95% of their life was about making do. Sort of like wily and genius in their ways of cooking in different ways. Yet constantly at some sort of jeopardy or form of famine, possibly, you know. Really interesting. I'm so tired and exhausted from yesterday. I actually feel like I'm putting food in my mouth and I can immediately feel me feeling better. A bit grumpy beforehand. Hip's not going to be bothered by a bit of rain. He's got to round up some missing cows up on the mountain. With such a valuable herd, I can't just be a spare part.
Come on, Jamie, you're late.
All right.
Is this proper lassoing, yeah?
Yeah. Hold it in like that. Yep.
Yeah, I got
There you go. All right.
Which one? Yeah, yeah. To ride out with Hip today, I'll have to prove that I can handle a horse. But first, I've got to catch it.
covered in shit. All right. That's the one, is it? Is that the one? That's not quite the same though, is it? There you go. Not quite the cowboy style I was looking for.
My lassoing skills leave something to be desired, but I remember the way to a man's heart is his stomach.
Well, I'm not going to tell Hip, but secretly I'm slightly shitting myself because I am led to believe that there is mountain lions, there's rattlesnakes, and there's bears. So that rifle is definitely coming with us. He probably wouldn't take it because he's like tough, isn't he? But I'm not. Right, there you go. Got all my stuff. That's basically what I think, with maybe a couple of apples and stuff.
I can't wait to show Hip the goodies that I snuck in when I arrived yesterday.
This is a stash for tonight. Steak, potatoes, some eggs, 2 plates, 2 sets of cutlery, bit of beef jerky, coffee pot, mugs.
Jamie, I think we're overpacking, don't you think?
I wouldn't have a clue, mate.
Well, you know what? Should we go through this and pick out the good stuff?
Okay, well, you're not going to want to go without meat, are you?
No, we got to have the meat.
Right.
And eggs we can probably get by without.
Really? Okay.
And potatoes, probably.
Take?
No, well, let's leave those things.
Leave them out?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Plates? You want to eat off a plate, surely? No?
No, I think we don't want all that tin banging around, do we?
Okay. Knife and fork?
No, no.
Jesus. Well, I need a...
Have you got a pocket knife?
I got a pocket knife, yeah.
There you go, there you go. What's this?
Some asparagus that I've got from the other day.
Do you have to have it, or do we not really have to have it?
You don't have to have it.
All right, let's not take it.
Think of your bowels, it'll be great.
Oh yeah, make it regular. 7 o'clock every day.
I'm just thinking about me mother.
Oh yeah.
Greens or no greens?
Greens, no.
Okay.
Don't forget your water.
Okay.
I'll get this stuff over on my little bench to pack away.
I'm going to take the eggs. I'll surprise him with him. And load me pockets up. I'm still going to take my eggs. He'll be pleased in the morning. Right, asparagus.
All right.
You got the gun, mate?
Yep, we're ready to roll.
Yeah! Finally, my Brokeback Mountain moment. Me and a cowboy heading out to sleep under the stars. Five hours later, and 4,000 feet up, my riding style might be a bit agricultural, but I'm hanging in there.
Camped out a bit, but nothing like this, mate. Looking forward to it. As long as it don't rain, excited.
All right, me too. Why don't I take care of the horses, get them tethered up down here?
Yeah.
We're camping near where Hip thinks we'll find the stray cows. It's 7:30 already, and I'm here as Camp Jack, so I better start earning my keep.
They smell good. Did we bring any beers?
Well, I'll tell you what.
Hope we brought some brandy. Whiskey?
Try some of this. This will help you out.
What's it, Viagra?
Kerosene. I'll have a shot of that myself.
Oh, delicious. Are we actually sleeping on the floor?
Yep.
My mum always said that if you sleep on the floor and it's cold, it'd give you hemorrhoids.
Oh.
It turns out things will be a bit more luxurious than I thought. We've got a bit of old canvas to sleep on.
And if it starts to piss with rain, then we can put the other half on top of us.
Yep, that's right. Just fold it right over.
That makes it quite cosy. Hip.
Too close. Let's just hope it don't rain.
Well, you got the gun, mate.
Speaking of the gun, do you know how to work the gun in case we have to know there's a few bear around?
How many rounds do you get in it?
I think about 6.
Can I have a go? Just so, because I don't want to be one of those geeks. Like, if you get eaten and then the bear's looking at me and I go, click.
This one's good.
Okay. Let's go for it.
All right.
Have you ever had to shoot at bears?
I've had to shoot one bad bear.
Okay.
And I should have killed him, only shot him in the paw. But I should have killed him. He did.
Didn't that make him more angry?
Well, I'm sure if I hadn't had 3 people 2 minutes behind me, I would have been his next lunch.
Are you being serious?
Yeah. Hi. Pull a little finer beat. Hi. There you go.
If that was a bear, I would have hit it first time.
And if not, you would have got it the 3rd time.
It drops below freezing at night, so time for a firelight dinner for 2.
Why would bears attack you?
Oh, it could be just that there's an old bear that is thin and slowly dying of starvation. He's gonna
eat anything.
Attack anything he can find.
Do you think they prefer English meat or American meat?
I hope the hell they prefer English.
Yeah. It's a big old hunk of meat we got there, bruv.
Yeah, it's gonna be nice.
That's perfect. So you want lumps, basically?
Yeah.
I hope the bears don't smell this. I feel like I want to cook a piece of steak on a rock. I'll put a rock in there sort of on purpose.
Well, go ahead and try it. I'll do this in the fall time when I'm riding, and I'm not gonna get home or something like that, and I have a bit of steak or something, and I don't want to pack a frying pan.
I know you told me not to bring them earlier, but out of my jacket, I've got the asparagus.
Oh,
don't knock it until you tried it, brother.
You know what? I love it. Right
yeah,
there,
I thought, God, he's being so strict.
You know, you told me not to bring a plate.
Yeah?
I brought a plate too. You ready to try some of this, Hip?
Yep.
How is it, Hip?
It's excellent.
It's not bad for cooking in the dark. I must admit, I've never cooked.
It's almost cooking with nothing, and it's excellent.
This is cosy, but 3's a crowd, so I just hope the bear doesn't join us.
Oh, no.
Oh, that's good. Finally, I'm waking up like a real cowboy. And thanks to Hip's brandy, it was a late one.
Well, it was a good night last night. Me and Hip ended up getting a bit drunk. Well, I was a bit tipsy. He was a bit drunk. He fell over twice, once in the fire. But it was so cold. It was so cold. But what was amazing is I put all of my clothes on, got in my sleeping bag, then I had a little brainwave, and it worked. Do you remember the hot rock I cooked the steak on? Well, I took it out of the fire for about 3 minutes, and then I put 3 of these in my sleeping bag. After 4 days of pissing down with rain, feels like saving the best till last, really.
It was chilly last night, wasn't it?
It was a bit chilly. Hip's struggling now, not me. But once he's finally got his boots on, he's straight back in the saddle. It's time for me to earn my spurs as a cowboy and round up those missing cows. I helped round up 32 lost cattle today. That's over $30,000 worth. Not bad for a morning's work. To actually come here and do it and be part of it and say I really did it and not for fun and not like as a toy or some sort of luxury place, like, no, did it, you know, I've runched cows before, I can do it, I know what to say, I know what the calls are, I can ride a horse, I've branded a cow, you know, blah, blah, blah. I've even cooked the meat from the cows that came from the ranch. Brilliant. I couldn't leave without cooking the cowboy's favourite, chili, in a Dutch oven over the fire with the magic ingredients, wood and smoke. Right, oil goes in. It's screaming hot, as you can see. In with the onions, garlic, cinnamon and paprika. And a few extra chilies for Hip and the boys. Look at that. Next in, just a little sugar and some tinned tomatoes. And as a nod to Judy and the chuck wagon cooks, I'm using coffee as an extra flavour. And of course, as I learnt from the rodeo boys, it's got to be beef. That 2 kilo of brisket. This trip for me was about getting my head round cowboys. Cowboy life, what is it? Does it still exist? It did help me to understand sort of their lifestyle, what their ancestors must have gone through. It definitely helped me to understand their cooking because, you know, first and foremost, cowboy cooking is about, you know, nourishing and power food. 2.5 hours of gentle simmering and the Dutch oven's done its job. Some peppers and some kidney beans and my cowboy chili's nearly done. Right, you lovely people, dinner's ready. Tuck in, don't be English. Is it all right, darling? What a week. I thought throwing calves was definitely the hardest. I got stuck in. It was not bad for an Essex boy.
No.
I'm leaving cowboy country with a new sense of what defines America.
Well, I was sleeping with a pistol on my chest, and Loretta, it seems like the middle of the night, she goes, Brett, I think there's a bear down there. I think there's a bear. And I looked down, and my head was about this far from the creek.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know, you guys, you put up with these things. I would be home. I don't hang around bears. Really, really nice people. Couldn't be nicer, couldn't, you know, want to help you more. Really, Hip has a really interesting way of teaching you as well. He kind of doesn't say anything, he just gives you little pokes every now and again. He kind of lets you get on with it, which is quite a nice way to learn to do things, really. Yeah, girls, you just
Well,
go.
I think we were
if
laying
I said
there.
to my wife, girls, just go to sleep, I'll sit there with a gun. You should start saying, well, I don't trust you. You never do what I tell you. Some of it's been quite knackering, but really good laugh. Quite fulfilling.